Spoon, 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 spoon. Spoony Peasant on its maiden voyage onto the interwebs. What is Spoony Peasant? Well, I mean, whatever did Teller mean when he said spoony? It's quite amorphous. I'm going to try and embody it, whatever he meant, here in this little 2 to 3 hour segmento. What's good, my fellow peasants? Welcome, guys! A little carved out new series that I've been wanting to do a long time. An area where we can chat, we can chill, we can react. I mean, we've kind of got a rough little rotor, but believe me, we will derail very quickly. And I just thought, starting with getting Bardi, DJ Pesguna back. We'll listen to a little bit of lo-fi Tidus. Then we're going to a bit of Killiker. I've got an awesome little Daft Punk. Someone did a Daft Punk Final Fantasy 16 groovy. This thing is absolute tune. Anyone like Daft Punk? I've kind of phased out a bit now. Then it's happening. We do have some news, guys, if it's a slow FF week. This is also where I'm going to branch out into all kinds of series. I've been wanting to do this a long time. Bree's got her arse out. There's just an anus off to my right. Is that your tinfoil hat? This is my Spoony Peasant hat. Because yeah, you know, I've been a Final Fantasy channel for, damn, it might be 6-7 years. When somebody said the other day that Tales of Berseria was 5 years ago, and when I think to how far back Final Fantasy 15 was, I've been like a hardcore Final Fantasy channel for a while, and a lot of you guys have been saying, yo dude, branch out, chat about some other things, some Persona things, some Nier things, do some more Kingdom Hearts things, and I thought, you know, okay, we're going to carve out here, and then even beyond that, in the wider world of happenings, controversies, dumb social blow-ups on Twitter. We're going to be covering a very, very juicy one today. Pronouns. Pronouns was trending under gaming. Well, we'll get into that later. And then, of course, tinfoil hat time. Tinfoil hat. I've got a really good one for you today, guys. Bugenhagen Secret. This one's going to blow your minds, I hope. And I'm going to be doing about 2 of these episodes a week. I think I've already got my second one lined up. I've been writing the whole of FF7. How are you guys on this fine Tuesday? 28 of you. Hello, guys. More than I was expecting at this hour. Hit the like button as you're coming through. Are you having a good day, guys? Kyrix, hello, mate. The Starfield vid, yeah, I mean, it's blown up from Starfield, but I mean, this has been prevalent in entertainment. The debate that is about whether or not woke culture and gender identity politics is ruining media, but I'll leave that to the end. That's gonna be mad spoonage. So Judgment Bolt, we're going to react to a few things, check out some vids. There's a few Final Fantasy ones I want to see, but also this is a spot for you guys to just show anything to the rest of the peasants, all of the chat. So if you guys have seen anything dope you want me to react to, make commentary on, Judgment Bolt will be the spot to do that, and then yeah, mad spoonage, we're just going to derail. Oh, we're going to derail, and I expect that section is where there's going to be a lot of people saying, dude, just stick to Final Fantasy, dude. I don't be talking about all of these social issues. Fuck that. I'm spreading my wings. I'm getting old. And it's time for me to become a serious human being and stop just riffing about Final Fantasy stuff. Yes, I'm talking about being a serious human being while I'm wearing this hat. Is Bree feeling better today? She is. She's on the path of mending. Thank you for caring. She had a little job interview, so I'm a little bit later to the stream than I want, and then we had 5 consecutive power cuts in a row. So if the spoonies cease suddenly, it's because for whatever reason there's power cuts going off like crazy. I am here in Colombia, so I don't know. It's not usually been an issue, but before we dive in, I just want to jam out with you guys. How's life treating you, my friends? Actually, let's go to this Daft Punk So this is Joshua's theme in 16, Away, in the style of Daft Punk by Daki. By Daki, shout out to them. It's only got 1.7k views and they've only got 214 subscribers. But I thought this was actually, it was alright. You blew up for FF. I did. I went through a whole arc. I blew up through Final Fantasy and then I became irrelevant through Final Fantasy. It's a fully rounded beginning, middle and end. I love it. Yeah, the algorithm hates me. Hates me. Change your name to Tales of Peasant. If Tales of Arise gets me and it's good, I'll consider it. This little banger, guys. It's a bit jarring, right? But it's kind of cool. When's the next Tales stream? So I think I'm going to still hop on after we've spooned out. When you guys are stuffed, you're like, dude, I can't take any more spoon. Then we'll play some Tales of Arise. Yo, Knockburger. Long time viewer, hey Pez. Pez, you got it. You better blow away. Anyway, I mean, that's the hope when Rebirth comes, because what I'm going to drop in Bugenhagen Secrets today, as well as my big hour-long Kabbalistic theory, you guys all seen it? Who hasn't? I think I have even more supporting evidence, as well as some other juice. If you follow me on Twitter, at FFPeasants, I've been talking a lot about Sephiroth. A lot about Sephiroth. There's gonna be a big change with this dude. They are not necessarily recontextualizing, but they are contextualizing him very different. Through FF7 Ever Crisis, showing me as a good boy, a hero boy, with almost as much humanity as Zack Fair. I don't think the broader internet looks at the Sephiroth the right way. So we're going to cover that on the next Spoony Peasant. I'll listen to that one more time. What did you guys think of this? Is it loud enough? This makes me just want to kind of be like on an LSD come down. I'm just eating old rancid soup, and plain bread. Kind of on a post come down. Just sort of staring up into the big vacuum of space. This is what I feel. I watched a video yesterday. Have you guys ever seen tribal people react? I watched tribal people react to Lord of the Rings. It blew their mind, and quite rightly so. Can you imagine a tribal person watching, like they've barely seen any movies, and then the first thing they see is Lord of the Rings? The Balrog absolutely ruptured a hole through their brain, and then tribal people react to eating cheesecake. New York cheesecake, you know, with a nice like salty crust and nice creamy cheese. I mean, it's cheese, right? I'm always confused about that with cheesecake. Anyway, that also tore a hole through their brain. They were like, what the hell? This is so juicy. Pez, do you think Aerith will die in Rebirth? I think she will and she won't. And what I mean by that is, if my theory that the life stream is corporealizing and gradients of it are becoming denser and ripped from the spiritual into the material world, that's akin to a death, but not a death, right? Because what is dying anyway in FF7? Because if Zack has been pulled back from the life stream, but he's still a guardian of a particular physical realm of the life stream, then is he dead? Is he in the life stream? If the life stream is no longer properly the life stream. So I think Aerith will die, and another concentric circle of spiritual gradient in the life stream is going to explode, and then she's going to go on to Zack's line, spiritual world, and I think it will be a reunion. Because you got to remember, when you go into the live stream, it's not normal to keep your physical form. You usually lose it, you dissolve. Aerith is an exception because the planet had a bigger purpose for her. Sephiroth is also different because his will to endure was exceptionally strong, which I'm going to be talking about that. On next, Spoony Peasant. I would actually go as far as to say 80% of Final Fantasy VII fans don't understand the story of Sephiroth. How can Sephi have a redemption arc? He is even the remake from start to finish. No, he's not. He truly isn't. See, you're going to end up pulling me into the video, but it's not about a redemption arc. Ardyn, Kuja, Emmett Cell, these characters having their stories evolved out and having dark humanity. And what I mean by dark humanity is think of Thanos. Is Thanos outright evil? Has he no humanity, no care? He just wants to exterminate, just indiscriminately. No, Thanos doesn't. Thanos actually cares deeply. It doesn't make what they're doing moral or right and not tremendously insidious, but it doesn't also make them pure evil. And Sephiroth just isn't. An Edge of Creation Sephiroth is not 7 Remake Sephiroth. They have said this is a Sephiroth we've never ever seen. So we don't know what that dark guy is. Thanos wants to create his own ideal world, precisely. And part of that idealism is grounded in doing something that we see as completely immoral, but you know, and they may position them as gods or leaders or Thanos was right. See, I mean, that's the complexity of Thanos, right? Was he right or was he wrong? It's hard to say. It's a thinker. And I think that if you think about Sephiroth, he isn't just outright what we've always seen him to be. There are more dynamics to Sephiroth. He's more than just what Jenova made him. How much is Jenova pulling the strings as well? Precisely that. And I think we could even see Jenova and Sephiroth separate. There's going to be a breaking apart. And we're going to see more distinctly in the remake, basically, what most people don't fully understand about Sephiroth, how he came to be, what influences he's under, what he had to do and go through, and what the makeup of him is. But anyway, we're going to cover that later. We're still in Spoony Barding. So 20 Kupo nuts for whoever knows what Final Fantasy this remix is from. 20 Kupo nuts if you get the game, 40 if you know the name of the song. I need to get the Streamlabs chatbot back so I can actually keep score of everyone's Kupo nuts. I've never heard this song before, by the way, guys. So when I heard this, I was like, oh, it's giving me a bit of that like Asian Wu-Tai kind of. What is this instrument? Yeah. I think I got a bit of sangria in the fridge. With alcohol, is it the case that once it's past midday, it's not degenerate to drink? Oh, we got Bugenhagen series coming up. And this isn't Bugenhagen from OG either, guys. This is Bugenhagen from the Rebirth trailer. Hell yeah. He was only in there for 10 seconds, if that. I think I'm going to be diving deep. Is it a banjo? Has anyone got it? There we go, James Litz, you're on it, man. Sounds like something out of FF11. FF11, so this is a tune called Sun Breeze Shuffle by Space Roast. Channel Space Roast, shout out to them. I think this is an absolute chilly bop. Never played FF11. Was anyone addicted? Have you guys ever like massively hurt your life, or like your life progress because a game sucked all of your care and attention into it? Like grades at school. You guys ever lost a job? You guys lost a lot of friends along the way because a game just slurped the entirety of your being? Has anyone's wife walked out on them? Oh, that's a little bit too dark. I would say for me, RuneScape actively hurt my grades at school. World of Warcraft made me lose about 70% of my friends. The ones I could have kept, like the good ones. Overwatch actively hurt one of my careers. Because I'd stay up late at night and just be wrecked the next day at work. The sacrifice was all worth it. I played Habbo Hotel too much in elementary/middle school. What is Habbo Hotel? What a banger that was! Yeah! Alright, anyway. Have we bopped out enough? 15 minutes have passed. Is everyone assembled? 47 of you guys. Much love to all of you. Pez played WoW. Lies. I not only played WoW, I became MVP in WoW. I played Shadow/Disc Priest, and I became highest item level, except for this one fucking Tauren warrior called Moo Cow. Moo Cow was my arch nemesis. He always somehow managed to stay about 20 item level points above me. So other than him, I was the highest on my server. I remember getting it was a pair of gauntlets. I could never get this pair of fucking gauntlets, and the dungeon to get them was rough. And I eventually got the gauntlets, and I was like, oh, I've overtaken Moo Cow. And I went and fucking found Moo Cow, and so yeah, he managed to get his higher level pants, and was still then he was 30 levels above me. Because obviously pants mean more than gauntlets, and I was just like, I want to kill myself or find out Moo Cow and kill them. It mattered to me tremendously. My competitive side is highly toxic, the old grizzly, messy bearded hobo that you see before you today, who is so lovely and kind and never spurgs out with chaos. Very different to my younger years. Very, very toxic. 3 League of Legends accounts banned. More timeouts than I can care to count. I cared. Big time. Habbo Hotel was wild back in the day. How do I not know this this game? Anyway, what was first on the agenda? I've already lost my my schedule. It's happening. Okay, I'm going to see if I can make this work. Let me know if you guys can actually see my screen share. So, it's happening! What is happening? Is there anything exciting happening in the world of Final Fantasy or video games as a whole? Let's explore. I mean, obviously we've got Ever Crisis coming in. I mean, how many days is it now? It might actually be out right now. And I'm going to leave a lot of talk about Ever Crisis down the line. Will I be playing it? I don't know, man. I can't be dealing with being on a mobile phone. Fuck that noise. Any of you guys could be getting it day one. Obviously, I want to know, Union Cross, what happens in the story, what is Sephiroth's story. So I may end up just watching the cutscenes. I mean, I know there's this Glenn guy, and is it Glenn? Glenn, I think. And there's even sort of extra lore being added to the world of Final Fantasy VII. Somebody left me a tweet saying that what was it? That telepathy or telepathic abilities are kind of getting zhuzhed up more, which kind of goes in line with 7 Remake. We're seeing kind of the hallucinations and illusions of Jenova are much more extensive now. So yeah, how this all fits into the broader timeline of 7. Yeah, I did think it was interesting that I said a new unprecedented tale under Sephiroth, which again, a new unprecedented tale. How do we interpret all of these happenings? How do we even interpret Advent Children at the end of the day? When you have Nomura, for example, saying all of humanity died in his POV, which, there's a point to be had there that the planet is not beyond genocide. I've got to really give it to Sephiroth when he's talking about, those who are bound to her. The planet see only shadows. The planet creates weapons of mass destruction. It kills indiscriminately. Minerva is a hardcore bitch. But the idea that the world ended, humanity didn't live, and the Advent Children was a reopening. But is it a new world, essentially? Is it a new reality? Is it a off branch? How many off branches have there been? Why did Nanaki say after seeing his pups, this is the outcome if we fail here today? I don't know. And then by extension, is Ever Crisis again a sort of what could have been? I think even in Ever Crisis trailer it kind of hints at that. What could have been, an outcome that could have happened. I know they're taking a lot of creative liberties. But let's dive straight into it's happening, guys. Leaker gives update on Final Fantasy 9 and 10 Remake. So I have not seen this. Hopefully there's something of some veracity, because I'm pretty convinced at this point. With 9, I would say I'm like 95% of the way there with the repeated leaks, the Nvidia one, with the artist for Final Fantasy 9, the OG one, saying that he's working on a big project. Then bringing in the 9 anime, which is very much aimed towards children. There's things moving and shaking in the background for Final Fantasy 9. So I'm convinced on that. Now the 10 one is a little bit more of a new emergence. On this one, so do you guys want a 10 remake? I mean, at the end of the day, if you think about like Tidus and Yuna, Remade, and the whole world of Spira in AAA fidelity, okay, I'm in on that. Do I think it needs it? No, because I think 10 even holds up with its visual style now, and it's actually kind of nostalgic and charming. And it's why I don't generally agree with people who are even like 13 needs a remake. Final Fantasy 13 needs a remake. There's a lot of people who say that. We are even now in the timeline. I have seen 2 people say Final Fantasy 15 needs a remake. 15? Come on, man. At the end of the day, you can kind of sway me on a 10 one, and that's about as far back as I'd go. But yeah, I mean, these remakes, it was curious that Square Enix did go back on what they originally said, that if we did anything before 9, anything on the PS1 era, we would always remake them and not remaster them. That's what they said. And then a year later, they brought out the 8 remaster. Right. And it wasn't that like juicy a remaster, to be honest. It was pretty low effort. I mean, it was still good, but nothing major. So yeah, 9 remake. I have heard rumors that among Square Enix staff, there's a lot that say they want the 6 remake. What are you guys more excited for, 6 or 9 remake? If you personally had to pick, for me, 9 all day, every day. But yeah, let's see what this leaker has brought out now. So Final Fantasy 9 was reportedly released, planned for release in summer 2024, but plans may have changed. Summer 2024. See, I don't believe that. That does not make sense in context of we've got Rebirth coming out winter. There is a rumor circulating that that's going to be coming out on the 15th of May. Really, that rumor is kind of unsubstantiated. It's what's been updated onto Google and the Wikipedia page. And we all know that Wikipedia is like, no one can just go and change a Wikipedia posting to rile up the fan base. Some people are taking that seriously, but even if it's not serious, which I don't think it is, May 15th, could I see it happening? Yes. Do I want it to be no? Because that's like 2 days before my twin's wedding. So I'm going to be real busy that week. So that's going to suck some butt, some booty bum cheeks, some big Babylons. If it is, then I would kind of prefer January or February. But regardless of that, we've just had 16 announced 2 DLCs and a PC port. They are probably going to be, if it's like 15, a year out from release. That's what the Brotherhood episodes were. So that puts us to around about June. So to me, if you've got 7 Remake anywhere from January up until March, 2 or 3 month gap until we get a 16 DLC or PC port, y'all ain't gonna be squinching in a 9 Remake, which is why perhaps plans have changed. If this leak is true. But Final Fantasy X Remake is apparently being developed by Skeleton Crew and won't make the game's anniversary. Ooh, when is 10's anniversary? When was Final Fantasy X? 10. When did this bad boy come out? 2001. So I mean, what anniversary are they talking about? The July one for next year? I mean, I suppose we might as well just get into the meat of it. Don't ask why gender identity rights bills are up for Canada. We'll get into that later. February 2024 equals Persona 3 Remake. See, yeah, and that's kind of why maybe I wouldn't necessarily want So Remake 2 come February, because I will be day one in Persona 3. I won't be able to juggle both titles. And that'd be too much hype for one consecutive month. It just means I'm going to have to stream Remake in Bali, which, while I'm island hopping around, that may not be the easiest. But yeah, it is just curious to me that they talk about a 10 remake. The reason why I kind of believe it is I know that Matsuda, he came up on stage and he said, Final Fantasy X-3, we know you fans are thinking about it, we know we've spoken about it, and we created the audio drama and the novella around it, and that, quote, fans should wait a little longer. That was Final Fantasy X-3. That was like 5 years ago, to be fair. I think X-3 came back into the conversation from Square Enix higher-ups around 3 years ago. So it makes me think that that kind of fits the time frame of when they were speaking about it, wait a little longer, 2 years later, talking about it again. And that perhaps they were like, you know what, Final Fantasy X has fucking made us a shitload of money. And it really has, guys. It's one of the most profitable outside of Final Fantasy XIV combinations. 10 and 10-2 packaged and separately has made Square Enix a killing, especially considering how much those games cost to develop. So I would easily think that just from a monetary standpoint, they would look at doing this. Now, what I think realistically happened is perhaps they were like, okay, what are we doing with this like 10 money bag? Are we going to pick up this money bag? And they looked at it and they went, well, you know what? Everyone seems to be a bit skeptical about a 10-3. There's a lot of there's not been a single time I've spoken about 10-3 and I've not been bombarded with please fuck no, it's horrible, it's horrible. The audio drama, the novella, horrible. Dudes, this is Najima writing. If you ever read Najima writing in isolation without having its story rewritten, it always comes across insane. Have you not seen some of the Najima like 7 stuff? It's crazy. It's absolutely bonkers. And it really does. He's the one who adds all the very flirtatious elements, like Shinra, and 10 and 7's world being connected, all of this sort of stuff. He gets like pretty in the deep end. So when people read that, they get really worried. But I'm telling you, man, 10-3 has some good concepts behind it. It has some good groundwork. Oren having a daughter, Sin coming back, somebody's manifested it back into existence. Tidus getting faked out by Yuna that she's met someone else, so that Tidus doesn't get sacrificed again as a final Aeon. So you have like a real big break in their relationship, which was very short-lived, I'll just say. Tidus immediately goes to Lulu, and Lulu hears Tidus saying that she's in love with another dude, and she looks at me, she's like, are you fucking dense? Are you an absolute idiot? And then Tidus is in the audio drama says his eyes widened, and then he went running. And Lulu was like, yeah, go after her. So it's obvious that it's a fake breakup, but the amount that the internet blew up, like, oh my God, like, after everything that Yuna and Tidus went through, you're going to write them breaking up? I'm like, no, they haven't done that. That's not. So there's just a lot of misinterpretation. But I personally want 10-3 more than just a 10 remake. But I think that from Square Enix's point of view, one's riskier, one's a guaranteed sell. Tidus beheaded by a blitzball. Yeah, great content. Okay, so with the beheading, again, this is Najima Ryan. I'm not saying that things aren't going to be extracted out and overwritten, but that is the novella. That's not the audio drama. The Tidus kicks a bomb and his head explodes. It's also the novella that there's this thing that Yuna and Tidus go under a boat and they fuck, and they create something called a sex pact. But basically all of that, and then Yuna falls overboard, and Tidus tries to save her, but he's running out of oxygen, and in his last moments of consciousness, he sees Yuna being picked up out of the water by a giant Braska final Aeon, aka essentially Jecht, getting picked up out of the water. Now, my interpretation is, because she later wakes up on an island, that this island is the far plane. It's not really the real world. So it's going to take the same kind of creative liberties that the 7 Remake is taking with Zack, being pseudo in the live stream. And the reason for that is, yeah, Yuna meets a like 10,000-year-old summoner and discovers a whole load of backstory of this dude. I think it was kind of close to Unalesca and Zanakin's time. I can't remember his name. Forgive me, it's been a while since I read this content. But he basically teaches Yuna what a summoner can really do. And they can more or less reconfigure, control fireflies to basically build anything. It's like where Yuna and everything up to 10 and 10.2 in terms of what summoners can do is like a fraction of their power. They can actually like control the physical world, materialize things into it. I think Yuna asked him, so does that mean, because she's on this island alone, that I could build a boat and sail off of this place if I wanted? And he's like, yeah, you could, but if you do that, there's going to be real world consequences. So my interpretation of this island is kind of a metaphysical place, space. So the whole like Tidus losing his goddamn head, I don't know, man. It might not be fully what it looks like. And the whole thing that the she then goes and like bangs his corpse to bring him back. I don't think that was all in there. There was like people talk about there was necrophilia in it and stuff. I mean, just no. That's not the shit that we want. You know, that doesn't fit the tone of 10 at all. But anyway, what's this guy saying? So we're looking forward to 2.16 expansions. Yeah. The PC port, more Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth news. Again, I'm not really holding out for anything in TGS. I will be watching it, but do you guys want something for Rebirth in the next week? Or are you happier to wait sort of later down the line? I feel like some sort of Sony event. Yeah, I'm actually at a point where I'm like deep in the theory hole, so I'm not too bothered if they rip open a whole new trailer right now. But yeah, as it turns out, next in line could be Final Fantasy IX. It was leaked ages ago, and a new update has come courtesy of reputable leaker I Am a Hero 2, who recently touched on some things supposedly in the pipeline. According to the information, 9 Remake was looking to launch in summer, but plans have changed. Skeleton Crew, and will not be making the game's anniversary. Final Fantasy X-3 was mentioned in conjunction with the 10 remake, but it's unclear if the projects are one and the same. Ooh. I mean, if they did a 10-3, at the end of the day, do they need to do a 10 remake? I suppose if you think about it, you know, if they do a 10.3 and it's AAA, that kind of graphical fidelity, that it would then make 10 and 10.2 like visually jarring and not succinct with how 10.3 will look. So do you think they would just do the whole lot? I feel like Square Enix would happily do like a Final Fantasy X remake to line it up with 10.3, but they wouldn't want to remake 10.2. They wouldn't. It's just like that would be more. I know, I'll say it'd be more effort than it's worth, but at the end of the day, if they built the assets for 10 remake, then 10.2 would be much quicker. That's why Rebirth is going to release quicker. Final Fantasy 7 Part 3. Because once you built the assets, you built the assets. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, do I want to see new G-Woo G in AAA quality? Yes. Yes, I want to see Shuyin on his fucking organ. Oh, that's Phantom of the Opera. 10.2 remake would be amazing. I love 10.2. What can I do for you? What you can do for me is give me more 10.2. YRP in position. Let's get it. Let's go. 10.2 is dope. Anyone who doesn't think so is a tasteless hack. And it's just the funnest combat system, you know? It really is. Like the best turn-based has been, like mini games, all of these like classic RPG fun elements and exploration that I'm going to be talking about this later, guys, but I do agree with some people that the series is missing. And we're going to watch a video later on this Spoony episode of somebody just honestly articulating that they are just hardcore into RPGs and RPG storytelling and the classic format that comes with that, and the world exploration and side quest elements. And let's be honest, guys, I feel like we hit out too hard against people who criticize 16 and 15, but let's be real, there's a huge chunk of what people come to Final Fantasy for. This series and franchise is no longer appealing to. They're no longer like giving people their proper RPG kicks what with all of this orientation into Western and action elements. I think that's fair. You know, I want to simp for this fan base harder than most people, simply because I also have a monetary incentive to simp. But taking that out, I can still see, even within myself, I'm starting to crave more RPG classic elements within Final Fantasy. And while I can understand and recognize and still enjoy the main lines and know why they're going in a different direction, this is why I need Square Enix to do the mid-range. Their mid-range portfolio should be RPG El Clasico, JRPG El Clasico. And it's not. I mean, obviously some of them coming out of, was it Studio Asano, Octopath and Bravely Default, are like fitting that groove. But fuck knows how much longer they're going to be around, because Square Enix have said they're cutting mid-range games out of their portfolio. Because that's why you've been losing money, right, Square? Fucking fools of a toque. But okay, so if the same leak, the leak also claims Square Enix has new PS5 dev kits that could very well be the rumoured PS5 Pro console. Have you guys heard any rumours on PS5 Pro? But no such console has been announced. The rumour is that Sony is indeed preparing PS5 console versions, and if a Pro doesn't materialise, there is more concrete evidence that suggests a slim model is in the works at least. Alright, have any of you guys not got a PS5 yet? Will you be hopping up on the Pro or getting a slimmy boy? As far as any other Final Fantasy leaks, it has been said that Square Enix has a Nintendo Switch 2 dev kit, which I've heard Final Fantasy VII Remake will be porting to. And not only just porting to, but they're saying it runs, the Nintendo Switch 2 will be running it as smoothly and as good a performance as the PS5. Which is crazy. Final Fantasy VII Remake on a Switch. Yeah, any of you little Switch goblins? 16 was missing Diablos. I kind of agree with that, dude. I do think so. You know, Yoshi P said they were going to turn Ifrit into a Diablos, and it was going to kind of elevate up in sort of that demonology theme, which I really thought they would. Clive looked like he had all the hallmarks of going in that direction, but for Yoshi P to say, nah, we didn't do it because we thought it'd be like Devilman. I ain't give a fuck. I don't know what Devilman is. I ain't watched it. Probably most people haven't. Just do it. Don't like not give me a Diablos just because some anime out there like kind of riffs that same vibe. A pair stumbled upon one of your old videos where you wore a sacco for 7 Theory. You looked quite young and innocent back then. What do I look like now? Corrupted and old. Bedraggled. I like to see a modern era Diablos model. Yo, maybe we get in one of these like DLCs potentially. You know, obviously my main hope, like I'm sure most of you, is Leviathan. But if one is Leviathan and the other one is Diablos, let's go. I think they also said when they were asked what summons that they wanted, I think the answer was Arc. I think Arc, which means Arc kind of fits. I don't really know the context of Arc, but being that was Ultima's Arc, Alexander, and I think they said, I think they said Diablos. I think that was it. I don't know if they listed anyone else in terms of the summons they wanted. Man, give me Sylph. I want Sylph. I want Siren. Give me Siren. Man, when are they bringing back Doom Train? Like, stop being lazy, Square Enix. Give us a goddamn Doom Train. If you haven't seen Devilman, you need to get on that. Yeah, I think me and Bree started maybe in an episode, or we're going to watch it, but we'll get into that after My Hero Academia, which is crushing it for me right now, guys. Dudes, I was going to say I don't want to say anything for spoilers, but this is ambiguous. I've just had the all for one and one for all fight, the first one. After every episode of My Hero Academia, Bree curls up into a fetal position and goes, "This is bad. This is bad. This is really bad." It's so good. But yeah, Nintendo Switch 2 kits. The possibility was floated that Remake would be a launch title on this Switch too, but the leaker was ultimately not sure. As always, fans should take leaks with a grain of salt, where they come from. For now, the only official Final Fantasy projects are 16 DLC, 7 Rebirth, and 7 Ever Crisis Mobile, which is why I also think we're due something being announced soon. You know, before summer next year, after 16 7 Remake have taken the stage. Yeah, it'll be one of these. And to be honest, I hope it's both. I hope it's all. Everything that this guy is riffing is true. 9 Remake first. Then, okay, if you're going to do a 10 Remake, honestly, I could skip over that and go straight to 10.3. If it turns out this is, in fact, 10.3 and they've just lumped it all in. Or a 10 Remake that kind of briefly summarizes the rest of the journey. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, 10.3, let's get it. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what else happens in 10.3. Other than, yeah, like Sin and Souls are coming back. There's like this scene of this daughter crying because they see their mother who's been dead. She's like back. And someone's just like, yo, this is messed up. And basically that with Sin's returning and the emptying of the far plane, somebody with a very, very strong will had to have wanted Sin's return. That's the premise of 10.3. Yevon is still a church. Chawami is like very anti-Yevon, Oren's daughter, which a lot of people are like, nah, Oren didn't have a daughter. And I think when Chawami tells Lulu, Lulu's also like, well, Lulu says something weird. It's like, there's no way you're his daughter. You're just doing it for clout because Oren's a legendary guardian. And she's like, I ain't doing it for clout. I know this to be true. And Lulu says, no, Oren would have told us. I'm just like, Lulu, really? Oren? Oh yeah, Oren, he was the most like transparent and open of fellas. Couldn't shut Oren up. He was always disclosing shit. No. Oren was pretty mysterious. But yeah, I mean, how she would be in the real world when obviously Oren... obviously Oren was flitting around Spira with Braska and Jacked, and I know he seemed like a good boy. Oren seems a little bit of like, I was going to say an Obi-Wan Kenobi actually, like just dedicated to the cause, based on their story that Obi-Wan Kenobi also had a kid. He banged, didn't keep his Jedi celibacy code. I know, obviously Oren had to stiff up a lip, and it was very proper. But maybe he ploughed. He may have ploughed. Right, I think that was that. Is there any other juice in the series? Have you guys seen anything exciting or anything in other franchises? Whoa! Hello, Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster tops 3 million. Are you kidding me? Okay, so it has been out since May, so that is obviously much longer than 16. But damn, yo, like 16 also sold 3 million. I do wonder where it's at now. Has it squinched up to 4? Crept past 5? I did see, and it was kind of hurtful to see 16 already had a 20% sale off on it. This soon, already starting to get a sale? Damn, dudes. Basically, with a game's performance, you can always tell by how much it's either being retailed sold for or how quickly they discount it afterwards. And quickly on that front, just because this is absolutely ludicrous, guys, I don't know if you've seen it, but GTA 6 will break records, releasing at a price tag of $150. You thieving bastards! What? $150? Sweet googly Jemimas. Holy nips. That's a disgusting price tag. Like, damn, you are just daylight robbing people at that point. I mean, even if it was $100, I'd be sweet Jesus. But $150? That ain't real. I mean, let me verify. GTA 6 price tag. Let me dive into this quick. Will GTA 6 really have a $150 price tag? So the rumor is that it's had a $1 billion budget. GTA 6 disgusting price tag splits fans, many refusing to ever pay that much for a game. And the leak, oh no, this one says that it's rumored to be over $2 billion US dollar production cost. 2 fucking billion. While some are skeptical about this price tag, others argue that Rockstar Games have charged premium prices before. Numerous rumors and leaks surround the highly anticipated GTA 6. One of the most talked about aspects is its budget. Leaks suggest it's investing 1 to 2 billion. I mean, that's a pretty big gap. Oh, 1 billion or 2 billion. But the screenshot of a conversation revealing that the studio had already spent $2 billion by the time of the leak. However, these numbers are not confirmed. The leak budget has raised eyebrows among players due to its staggering amount, surpassing that of any other game created. I mean, GTA, was it 5? Still has that. It's always cool to me when I look at the top 10 most expensive games created, when you also carry it over with inflation and, inflation. To see that Final Fantasy VII, I think it still sits at like number 6 or 7. Like most expensive game ever made. To think that they spent that much and put their company on the line and then put it onto a PlayStation. What was a PlayStation? This wasn't established like the Nintendo. It could have failed, could have flopped. Square Enix took such a risk, and what a payoff, man. So I love Final Fantasy VII for. Right, that game was just bold, but crazy expensive as well. So this has fueled speculation that Rockstar Games may charge a retail price of $150. Okay, so I mean that's pretty watery then. If it's like, okay, like 1 to 2 billion is how people have gone, okay, well, if they've spent that much, they're going to charge $150. It don't work that way, because I don't know about GTA 5 or other games. Do they have microtransactions like DLC or live service fees? There's numerous ways for games to make money outside of that, but has a game ever been even close to $150? It's important to note that Rockstar has not yet confirmed or denied these rumours. Additionally, the lack of an official release date for GTA 6 has frustrated the community. If the studio announces the game's release date, the price tag will be revealed. While the budget remains undisclosed, much like it was for GTA 5, where the estimated budget of $250 million was only determined by independent outlets. Really? Wait. Most expensive games ever made. There's no... GTA 5 only cost 250 mil, and now they're saying this could be 1 to 2 billion. Whoa! Most expensive games ever made. Let me pull this up. Where is it? Whoa, Star Citizen. Holy shit. Star Citizen just clonking up there at 415. So this is the total. This is development, marketing cost, total. With 2022 inflation. Star Citizen, 540 mil. Cyberpunk, 357. COD Warfare 2, 341. And there we go. Damn. Final Fantasy 7 is way higher than I thought. I thought it was like down at 7. It's up at 4, guys. 146 to 264 million from its 80 to 145 costing with inflation. I mean, where is GTA? So I mean, Grand Theft Auto 4 down there. So maybe because they never properly announced the numbers with 5, it's not on this list because it went official. Damn, GTA 4, 136 mil. So 436, 5 maybe 250, 6 2 billion. 2 billion. Only like, even if it was 1 billion, that's twice as expensive as the most expensive game ever made. 4 times if it's 2 billion, and like 10 times or even 20x of even some of the other top 10s. That's wild and kind of dumb. I don't know. Depends on what GTA 6 is packing, I'm guessing. Anyway, we got any Grand Theft Auto fans in the house. Also to see Final Fantasy 9 is on the list as well, or at least makes the cut. I did not know Final Fantasy 9 was this expensive, 68 million plus. Whoa. Alright, let's go. We've got 2 FF titles on the board. Yum yum. Here we go. Unofficial figures. Curious. Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, rocking it at 310. So 250, 310. Dude, this is the stinker. Look at that Marvel Avengers. Look at that stinky, smelly, absolute flopper flush. Flush that turd down the drain. 192 million. I mean, we know that Square Enix more or less chalked up 100 mil loss. Come on. You go and lose that much money, as well as what you've lost in Luminous and Forspoken, as well as what you've lost in like failed live service games that you've just folded for like next to no reason. Just put a bit more effort in next time, and also put them on multi-platforms, and they could have thrived. The First Soldier could have thrived. Easy. Those are the mistakes that Square Enix have made under Matsuda's reign, but it's the mid-range games that need to go. It's the mid-range games. That's the problem, according to our new CEO. But damn, 7 remakes sitting at number 5 at 163 million. Alright. I mean, what if they interesting that they've broken it up into 2 firm or institutions. Shubura Institute of Technology and Jeffries and Company. Interesting. So this is a private university of technology in Japan with campuses in Tokyo and Saitama. Tokyo High School in Industry and Commerce. And Jeffries and Company is an American multinational independent investment bank and financial services company in New York. Interesting. So this is just the unannounced reports. Because again, this is unofficial figures that either of these gave. Either way, where's Final Fantasy 15? That's a damn good question, man. Where is Final Fantasy 15? We got Max Payne, Red Dead Redemption 2, Resident Evil 2, Halo 3, press estimations. Dudes, there is something so suspicious about Final Fantasy. Ooh, in the press estimations, we've also got Final Fantasy 10 on here. Final Fantasy 10 at 57 mil plus. Yeah, there we go. There's 4 Final Fantasies clocking up both the official, the press, and the unofficial figures. I don't know why I'm like cheering that. Yay! We spent loads and loads and loads of money. Yeah, 15 is so suspicious to me. How Square Enix have like financed that and how they've like reported it on the books. They were absolutely months after the fiscal quarters of 15. I know they said they broke even, but they weren't folding in the costs. They must have been like carrying them over, long-term payoffs. What do they call it? What's that word? Where you pay it off over a long period of time. I can't even remember the word. But yeah, the way that they did that, and if you also was to unfold in the costs of Luminous Engine, and that's what I think has happened. I honestly think that they separated Final Fantasy 15 and like the specific costs of that, which I think they even separated that from the 10 years of trailers and marketing and everything with Versus 13. I reckon they put those costs onto somewhere else, because I mean, that's a massive crew. Even if you keep a skeleton crew going for like 10 years, shelving that still accumulates a cost. I think they separate that from like 15's base cost. I think they separated like Kingsglaive movie. That would have been expensive as hell to make. And then, yeah, all of the production costs or the creation costs of Luminous Engines, I think they separated that. I think they've been carrying that. Amortize, that's it, amortizing. Amoratizing? Amortine? Amarot? amortizing the cost. And I think that they did that and they put it into its own. That's why they created Luminous Studios, the separate company. I think that carried over a big fat like red percentile. And then they were going to look to try to make that back on Forspoken, and then they didn't. And that's when they folded Luminous Studios back into Square Enix, and that's where, isn't it a bit of a coincidence? As soon as they fold Luminous Studios back into Square, the very next fiscal quarter we get, they take a 78% cut in what was it? Operation income. They were juggling 15's cost, and then they eventually had to announce it, and they did, and that's where we got that 80%, nearly 80% drop in operating income. Big slash in profits as well, even though sales were up. Sales were up, everything else was up. And they knew it was going to hurt. They knew it was going to hurt shareholders, and that's why they then fucked Matsuda out the door. They were like, see you later, mate. And they threw him out. Yeah. Oh, Shelbo, can't stay for long. Just thought I'd come and say hi. FF9 costs more than 10. Surprisingly so. Yeah, I mean, what was it? Like 57, and 9 was like 64 or something? What were we at? 68. Yeah. Which is interesting, isn't it? Considering 9 was still running off the back of the PS1 era, so 7 and 8, you know, they would have had a build design and philosophy and everything with the PS1 dev kit. You would think that the process would just get more and more refined, and then 9, I would have thought that 8, for example, would be costing more than 9. But to think that they then do 10, you know, the first proper full 3D remake completely on the PS2 dev kit, you'd think that would end up costing more, but that's the kind of thing that I've heard about Final Fantasy X, is actually its development was pretty streamlined. It wasn't too problematic. I know they had, they were going to do like a live, an online service. It was going to be online. There was going to be a Final Fantasy X online mode. But they cut that out. But besides a few things like that, I think Final Fantasy X overall went pretty well. And that's why they made so much profit on it. But okay. We may be ready to round out. How long's the stream been, guys? It's happening. I don't know if you guys know if anything else is happening in or out of the series before we move on. Before we poodle on down to tinfoil hat time. Wonder what Baldur's Gate 3 is. Game is huge. Should we have a look? Baldur's Gate 3 development cost. It's probably all just speculation at this point. What do you estimate the total budget to be? I mean, this is all just going to be random Redditors guessing. New World was 150 mil. Amount of voice acting, world planning, world crafting in Baldur's Gate 3, I'd say 250 to 400 mil. They're over 400 staff and a revenue of 110 mil per year. I mean, regardless of how much that game has cost, it is actually making them bags and bags of money back. I'm pretty convinced at this point Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be Game of the Year. Anyone think otherwise? I think it's almost guaranteed, really. Like, based on the accolades and the reception and the player numbers. Baldur's Gate 3 has got it. They figured out the PS1 really well. 7 and 9 felt like two different platforms. Yeah, I mean, what, you think they just took 9 to a next level? Yeah, it'll either be that or Tears of the Kingdom for sure. And that's what I think we're going to see Baldur's Gate 3 get. I mean, absolutely, for a fact, these two franchises or these two communities, they're going to go at each other's throat come Game of the Year. This is usually when most of the review bombing happens. It really is that pathetic. If anything, I would say Game Awards at this point, you know, it is a celebration of games and giving accolades and recognition. But I don't know, it feels like it's become more toxic. That's how it feels. It seems that whenever we get close to Game of the Year, fan bases start losing their fucking mind. They start getting spiteful, and the bombing commences. Jesus. It's like, you just know it. 2 months before Game of the Year, that's when the Blitzkrieg will start. Damn, yo. So it's dropped a little bit since last we saw, but that is it. Just phenomenal. 10,500 views. And this is just the PC. 8.9. That's remarkable. Ooh. The PS5 version of Baldur's Gate is coming out in 10 hours. Whoa. Yeah, I've had a few people message me saying, Pez, I'm so glad that you've gone on to Tales of Rise and you're not doing what most people or streamers have done. Just after they finished 16, they just went on to Baldur's. Wow, 10 hours until it comes out on the PS5. Any of you guys getting that? You jumping in, chat? All the games this year were too hyped and not that good. Yeah, but Wu-Tai, you have mad high standards, man. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. But for me personally, my standards aren't that high. I mean, it depends. I drop my standards for anything Final Fantasy. I try not to, but it's hard. It's hard. The struggle is real. Right, I think that is everything. Shall we dive into tinfoil hat time, guys? Do you want me to blow your minds with something succulent? I want Baldur's Gate 3 physical disc. Have they not done it? Ever Crisis tier list. Anything I'm missing? Wait, what's this? Baldur's Gate 3 mod adds nearly 40 playable D&D races, and Final Fantasy XIV's cat girls are on the menu. Wait, is it just cat girls like in general, or specifically 14's cat girls? Yeah, the League, Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, I didn't really say much, kind of skip past this, but I mean, Pixel Remaster selling 3 million copies is obviously fantastic, considering 16 also sold 3 million. This has had much longer, but that's pretty victorious. I mean, maybe being available on PS4, Nintendo Switch, Steam, and mobile? Guys, I don't know how much, if any of you remember how much Mobius or Brave Exvius sold, but I mean, they did pretty well, right? To my recollection. You know what really, really fucking hurts me? When you see 15 A New Empire had 10 million downloads. 10 million! Now, of course, that's a free-to-play, I mean, not really free-to-play. It's pay-to-win. The most insidious piece of shit in the universe. Like, yeah, people obviously would have just downloaded it, then uninstalled it. I don't know. I don't look at those numbers and I even think Pixel Remastered deserves to sell more than 3 million copies. It feels like there's a lot in the mobile, especially mobile gaming space, where gamers are tight-wad motherfuckers. They are stingy as all hell, but they're not stingy in the good sense. It's just they don't want to pay for good games up front. They're not willing to just pay for a game. What they are willing, though, is to download and install a free-to-play game and then get robbed blind. Oh, I'm not going to pay 40 or 50 bucks for upfront costs for this really good mobile game, but I will install a free one and then spend over 2-3 grand in daylight robbery. That's how it feels with mobile gamers. And you see that specifically when you see that 15 A New Empire was the most profitable Final Fantasy of the last decade. That thing was making $1 million profit per day. Per day! So it's not just, people installing this piece of shit and then uninstalling it. No, it's they're installing it and they're spending insane amounts of money. Genshin has been downloaded 140 million times. Dude, that's not possible. There's only 70 million humans on planet Earth. I think it's going up to 80 million. That's not possible. I'm fucking around. All right, anyway, there's the news. I don't think there's anything else in there. Juicy. If I do upload any of this over on the main channel, I'm a Spoony Peasant in live stream right now. We're doing these twice a week, probably on Tuesdays and on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. Not sure yet, but very scrummy. Where to find Scarlet Eye? Okay, yeah, I mean that's everything. All right, let me bang out to a little bopper, guys, and prepare myself some tinfoil juice. Give me a moment, guys. This is really juicy, guys. You're gonna like it. Hold on to your butts. BRB. The Secrets of Bugenhagen. Yeah. Alright, I'm ready. Strap on your tinny tin tins, my FF Pezzerinos, my Spoony Peasantos, the Secrets of Bugenhagen, Ever 7 Remake, Ever 7 Rebirth Edition. Hell yeah, we are talking about Bugenhagen in the Rebirth. Woo! This guy was only on the screen for 5 or 10 seconds. But guys, he has laid out a whole roadmap. And when I saw this roadmap, which I've just got to immediately shout out to Delta Sim, I believe that's their name. Let me make sure I've got that right. Let me give us a sec. I totally also didn't change over my asset. Here we go. I'm going to go straight to my notes, guys. You're going to be seeing behind the scenes of the theory crafting, like on the front lines. These are kind of what my notes look like. Because I've got all of the pictures, all of the imagery, and it'll just be easier to do it this way. Make sure this is laid out right. You see that? Okay, that's a little bit fact. Okay, there we go. The Secrets of Bugenhagen. What's this old man who potentially does or does not have legs have in store for us? I know, I mean, just theorizing right there. Does he just levitate on a medicine ball? Why does he specifically do that? Do you think like Bugenhagen just has rock solid abs? Like he's just constantly doing like, what is it, Kegels? Like in his old age, he's just got like the hardest old man ass in the universe? Or does he just do it for clout? It's like, yo, I can levitate, yo. But does he have legs? Who knows? But yeah, massive shout out to, we'll be coming to Alana Pierce later. Been in communication with them. Delta Sin, or on Twitter, Delta Zach Lives. We've been sort of exchanging a few ideas back and forth, me specifically with my Kabbalistic lore, which if you guys have seen, I don't want to do too much summary here, but my main theory that we are following a 5 worlds concept. There's the 4 worlds in the Kabbalah, but there's a 5th because the 5th is Adam Kadmon, which means original concept, and the other 4 fit perfectly with the descriptions of what we've seen. Singular angel in Zaya. Pull these up. Yeah, these here. Can you see this, guys? Is this showing? Well, it's kind of cutting off a little bit. But you get the gist. Asaya, this is a new concept, it's a remake, it's close to the original Adam Cadman line, and in this one a singular angel rules. They are the only one with awareness, just like Sephiroth. You then jump up to Yetzirah, which is the world of creation. That's the edge of creation, and in this world angels know themselves much better, and this is where we've seen Sephiroth call himself Ori Sephiroth. Then following that, the Yetzirah level explodes in a big cosmic explosion called the Shevaret Hakalim, and Nitzazuts, which are sparks of light, fall down into the lower world, and they are able to not just change the world physically in its physical manifestation, we see really good changes like actual layout, but also brings life to broken vessels and self-aware creations, hence Zack being alive again, Biggs waking up when a spark goes into him, and from Yetzirah we transcend to Bariah, which have I got this right? No, I think it's the other way around. Bariah and Yetzirah. For some reason, the layout is different here in the four worlds. I'll show you here. Adam. No, we want Atziluth. Atziluth is after the first emanation. Yeah, there's no self-awareness on anyone but the singular angel, Shekinah, which is a very feminine angel that wanders the world. A lost bride stripped from Godhead. It's a very dark story, and it matches the parallels of Sephiroth, but no self-awareness, just like our crew, they have none. Edge of creation, first sense of awareness comes in. That's what we've seen with Cloud and Tifa. You know, they get their memories. Nanaki seeing the canyon. I mean, I feel like they all saw each other's memories, because that's why Tifa turned to Red and was like, yo, what did we just see? And it was like, the outcome if we fell here today. The first beginnings of self-awareness. Then you go into Yetzirah. This is the rebirth level, much more awareness, and this is where the lights tinkle down. Oh yeah, and this one's represented with stars, and Yetzirah is represented with the flowering of the soul. This is where the chakras and sort of self-awareness and emotions, they're the Kabbalists described like flowers that change based on emotions and spiritual qualities. And this is what we saw in Age of Creation, a big flower. And then finally Asaya, and this is where everything's going to throw down big time. This level here, guys, is where angels of destruction rule. They are pernicious angels that operate. And when the Kabbalah said love in wickedness and fear in corruption, I did not realize, even when I did that theory, how succinctly it fits up with the Rebirth trailer. By the way, can you hear the Borks balking in the background? They're going off. I think a fucking cow just ran through and they're going crazy. Yeah, so these beings inhabit the world are also called angels, angels of destruction, expressing love and wickedness, fear and corruption. And to see in the Rebirth trailer, Sephiroth saying it could transform and take shape of those you fear, those you love. And how succinctly that is showed with it immediately cutting to Tifa walking up the stairs, Sephiroth slashing her and saying to Cloud, I killed her, so who is she? Fear in corruption, corruption of memories, love in wickedness, playing on the love between Tifa and Cloud. That's Sephiroth's main play in OG, in the latter section, and that's continuing. But then even when I was thinking about this angel, subversive angels, angels of destruction, is it not the case that Jenova is the OG fallen angel? I mean, Jenova Dull with these wings, and the fact that whether it's S cell or G cell, the white wing and the black wing, they are manifestations of Jenova cells, right? So it's curious that you could see Sephiroth as the angel here. You can also see Jenova as the angel. And that once I put all of that together, I'm going to leave a lot of this for my Sephiroth did nothing wrong theory. I don't want to show you. Don't look, guys. I don't want to show you my Bugenhagen secrets yet. That basically this is the world format of 7 Remake. I don't know how much sense this makes to you guys, if any of you have seen it, but what this means is you've got 5 worlds, 5 core worlds, and in each of these worlds you have different configuration of Sephiroths. So you essentially, the Sephiroths are 10, but all of the 5 worlds are linked by the higher transcendental realm, and that is the, I don't know if I can find a Sephiroth tree. I'll show it somewhere on the screen later. But on the tree of life, you have the Keter, which is the top, which is the source. So in that sense, you could see that all the 5 worlds are connected by the one supreme top, and it's the other 9 that emanate from the 5. And the Kabbalah goes into a lot of details on how the Sephiroth configuration shows up in these 5 different worlds. Sometimes they're simply stacked on top of each other in ascending and descending order. Sometimes the configuration is in chaos. There was another part of the theory where I said that in some of these realms, some of the Sephiroths are broken, and specifically broken between these 2 worlds, Bariah and Yetzirah, the Edge of Creation and the Formation world. Final Fantasy VII Remake, Edge of Creation, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And that what happens between these 2 worlds is a shattering of 6 of the Sephiroths, and the Harbinger flashes to us 6 times, guys. 6! Exactly. The Harbinger pulses, and that's when our crew gets a memory. That blew my mind. And then to see that the 7th Sephiroth of Malkuth, the Kingdom Sephiroth, which is the material world, Malkuth is related to the 49 days of the Omer, the Jewish marathon. That's why I'm convinced we have Marco with tattoo 49 on him. I'm telling you guys, I mean, it can be a few other things. A few other possibilities is that Soldier Floor 49 is where Zack starts. Crisis Core is actually on floor 49. 49, also in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, is the amount of times after you die that you spend in purgatory, reliving your life regrets, anything that you've done wrong, all of the things that you left undone. For 49 days, you have to relive them. And that's also possible what the remake is. It's kind of a purgatory. I don't know if you noticed it when you played the remake, guys. But did you notice the theme that the characters were kind of a little bit more aware of their regrets or their mistakes from the past? Like you had obviously Aerith with her love with Cloud. Don't fall in love with me, but then also what she says in Maiden Who Travels Through the Planet is that she would love to be able to go back and spend more time with Cloud. So them going to the Honeybee Inn and going on a date, red dress Aerith, it does feel like she's getting to relive a regret she had. You had Kate Sith running, Reeve running to the plate as it collapsed, falling on his knees. Reeve being much more determined to try to stop it. That was his regret. Then you have what was Barrett's, that he never got to expose President Shinra. And in this, it's like they get close. It's like Kate Sith didn't fully get to stop the play. It's like Barrett, he almost managed to get President Shinra to go on TV and announce that they were fucking things up until Sephiroth comes and stabs him. And then you specifically have it with Tifa. She always regretted that she left Cloud in that Rufus fight in OG, and this time her running back just in time to grab Cloddy Boy before he falls. That's also what 49 could be, reliving out your regrets. But guys, I want you to just hold on to that main formula that you have 5 worlds emanating out 9 Sephiroths, because again, the source connects all of them. So anyway, I started speaking to Delta Sin because they found a really cool, let me just quickly switch my page. They found a really cool Reddit page, or they're the ones who made it, I'm not sure which. But basically that, where was this? I wonder if I can just type this in, because it's all buried. I've got too many links up. Midgar sector to reverse. Maybe this will find it. Right, no, I'm gonna have to go straight to my messages with Delta Sin to find this. But more or less, here I was riffing about these 5 worlds, and they kind of pointed out that not only does the number 5 get used heavily in Gnosticism, and it basically references the doorway to the spiritual world, 5. Also, that is very succinct with Loveless. Act 5 is when Genesis, I don't know what page I'm on right now and what you can see, Pez leaking the DMs. yeah, you're happy to see them. We're just literally riffing about 7 stuff. I'll show you the Loveless stuff in a minute. But obviously Loveless Act 5 is the missing chapter, and Genesis only pens in his version after he goes into the live stream. So once he goes into the live stream, or when he goes into Minerva's Grove, that's when he gets Act 5. So again, doorway to the spiritual world. But what Delta Sin kind of showed to me was this chart here, guys. So this is pretty hard to explain, but if you go through 7 Remake, there's a lot of inconsistencies, even in just very small, subtle areas. You obviously get Cloud sort of looking at things suspiciously, things are being overwritten, memories are coming and going. I do think that's what the elusiveness of the cats, or the fucking cats in 7 Remake, he gets distract good kitty, and you see him walking about places, which cats in dream interpretation, they're a symbolic animal. It basically means when you're being led astray. And this thing, when you go back to 7 Remake, happens a lot, even in President Shinra's office. There is an intentional switching of where the doorway is. So the door is on one side to the helipad, and then it gets swapped. Now, of course, a lot of people turn around and go, no, that's just a design fuck up. That's just Square Enix like screwing up the development and their build. It's an accident. It's a mistake, which is the exact same thing people have said about the wooden cross in the church. You know, sometimes the wooden cross is there on Zack's line, and then you go to another one and it's not there. And then in Crisis Core, it is also switched between certain assets. Oh, they were just fucking up there as well. The other one is with the reactor stickers on Midgar. Now, I don't believe that Square Enix is just making constant development errors. And it's very clear with the President Shinra one, because when they walk in and Tifa and Cloud and Barrett, they're more focused on sort of the President's desk and other stuff that's going on. You weirdly have Aerith and Red walking around the room. I think you have Aerith walking up to where the door was supposed to be, and they're looking around in confusion. And if you just watch back and you keep it in your mind, you're like, they're showing us that the world is getting changed. And that's obviously when Cloud went through the portal and he was hovering over Midgar. Midgar has different stickers. Well, the extent to what things have changed, guys, could be even more significant. Because I think as in the Rebirth, we're walking away from the city, you actually get where the north, south, east, and west points of Midgar are, because obviously you've got the main building, Shinra Tower, where that face is, ends up getting switched, and it doesn't make sense. And basically, what happens is we've got this little squiggle here. I think this comes from the Ultimania as to where Cloud and the gang went when they were on the Midgar highway scene. So when they're zooming on the bikes and we're fucking up big old motorball and shit, and specifically how we left Midgar, this presents it as we were at Reactor 5. We're at Reactor 5. So when the crew entered the portal, Destiny's portal, there's a very strong likelihood they entered in at Sector 5, which again, 5 being the doorway to the spiritual world, and then going through Destiny's portal in Sector 5, and the 5 worlds of the Kabbalah, which again, Nexus ways concentric circles into the spiritual world. They could be using this 5 to demonstrate to us, for any theory crafters and tinfoil hat wearing nutters like us, like me and you and I, to catch on to. And the reason why that is then crazy is because when we see the Rebirth trailer, what does it say? It says Sector 2. The news report says Sector 0, 1, and 2 were the ones that got tornadoed, which essentially means that Sector 2 is the one up here. Midgar has been flipped. Midgar has been flipped, and that is also why a lot of people have been pointing out and calling out that where we are in position in relation to the Rebirth trailer and when the crew are leaving, and what we see with the big like plumes of whispers around the tower, it's totally out of sync. And it kind of makes sense. Obviously going into Rebirth world and seeing the sparkly doodads descend on Zack's level over Midgar. Not only did we see outer structures of Midgar like change, those sparkly doodads completely flipped Midgar. It's very cool. It's very juicy. But what it mostly leads to is that 5, just like water, people have even found things like wherever the whispers show up, there's also like puddles of water around, like the alleyway. That's like a strip of water, and then they obviously harass around Aerith. Square Enix do pay a lot of attention to detail, especially with even the flower symbology, the purple and the yellow where water is, and now even potentially this number 5, all being demonstrating to us, and say the white door as well. Like it's always the case in Advent Children, we go through a white doorway, and when we see in Cloud Smiles, Zack and Aerith leave, the little nod, they head back through a white doorway. So why in Rebirth have we just seen Zack come back, see a bunch of souls bugging the fuck out with a white doorway behind him? Square Enix pay attention to this kind of stuff to a tremendously intricate degree. And I get frustrated when I riff these points, guys, because you know what I even had earlier on one of my videos when I was talking about the purple flower and how that symbolizes corruption to us? One person actually said, and not to call you out because maybe you just see it that way, but they said, nah, purple's being used a lot now. You see it in a lot of movies and animes and games because it's celebrating the Queen of England who died like 4 years ago. Or how long ago did she die? It wasn't even that long ago. When the fuck did the Queen die? When did she die? Yeah, no, she died last year. What have I been chatting about? She died 1 year ago. Oh, wow, actually, it's 3 days until the anniversary of her death. So that makes even less sense. This person's like, nah, purple's being used because when she died or something, she was commemorating with the colour purple, or that was the last outfit she wore. Fallout 7 Remake has been out for years! It's been out for years! And it's like, people get so skeptical about these sort of symbolic and design flirtatious choices that Square Enix weave into 7, and they just play it off as the dumbest things. No, that's just a design mistake. No, Square Enix just fucked up there. That line was just like a little plot hole. You know, Aerith having memories. Oh, that's a plot hole. How many articles are coming out of that? Oh, Square Enix have fucked up. They've made a plot hole. No, they haven't made a plot hole. All of this is very obvious. Oh, and the colour flower thing is because, you know, the Queen died like a fucking year ago. It's so limited in thinking, and I think that people have this not only about Sephiroth, I think they have about 7 as a whole. I think people have it about 7 Rebirth. People saying, oh, you know, all the crew are now dead. We've just seen it in Rebirth. Like, we've seen Tifa and Barrett and Aerith. We've just seen them dead on the news, and what that means is that timeline is now closed off, and we're now on this one, and this is where it's going to be like for like, because they've said there's no more whispers, and that the game is going to follow the beats of 7. So it's like for like, going forward now. You people are crazy. Well, actually, you're not crazy. You're sane, and that's the problem. You're a sane human being trying to look at 7 and its compilation and what the fuck is happening in the remake in a sane way. And that's insane! Because 5.7 isn't sane. It's never been sane. But anyway, that aside, guys, hold that in mind, that's just a little bit of extra supporting material for 5 being a very significant number. Let me go back to my notes. Navigating assets is the worst on Streamlabs. I'm so small. My old bitch eyes can't keep up. Anyway, this theory that I have, I'm pretty compelled I'm pretty compelled by it. Not only does it fit thematically, it fits with the spiritual and panpsychism themes, like I said in my previous theory. But then Delta Sin, I saw on their Twitter that they had shown old Bugie Old Bugie boy. I'm going to give you guys in the chat a moment to look at that and tell me where you think the secret is. Can you see it? Let me know when you see it. Right here, I'll give you a hint. Right here is the secrets of the Kabbalah in two places that completely support and substantiate and back up. I think, again, I could be shoehorning and I could be wrong, but it was nice to see in this latest theory that a lot of people are like, yo, dude, actually that makes a lot of sense. I came in this pretty cynical, but the idea that Nomura and Katase, especially with the structure of OG7, are intentionally using the Kabbalah in how they're formatting 7 Remake, it's cool to see. It was there in OG, it's here in the remake, and this is why we don't have timelines. We have concentric circles of spirituality and different planes of spiritual existence and awareness, and also formations of the Sephirots. The design, yes, my friend. I know, the weird blue lines over the planet. See, I did look at those. It wasn't in those. The design on his back. That's it, Kyrix. The design on his back. This is what Delta Sin broke down. Now, what you see right there, in that circular pattern on his back, is a whole series of stars. Okay? A bunch of stars. You see the big one in the center. And as Delta Sin points out here, and you can see it much clearer, that there are basically 5 core patterns. You've got the central one, and then you have 5 little stars around the center. And then from those 5, branch out 9. 9, my friends. Now, bear in mind what I just said. There's 5 worlds in the Kabbalah, all with a configuration of 10 Sephirots, but one of those 10 is the center, the Keter, the center here, of which you will often see the Keter represented as a big star, the source of all divinity, and that from the Keter branch out 9 others, 9 other Sephirots, 6 of which partially shatter, 1 that completely shatters, Sephiroth breaking the world in that big kaboom. It fits. It fits so succinctly. And I was like, oh boy, oh boy. So let me dive a little bit deeper, because that means that there's 45 stars. I was like, okay, does that mean something? Does it mean something? Well, 45, guys, just so happens to be the name of God in the Kabbalah. Remember what I said Adam Kadmon is, because if you look this up, you'll have to look up the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah theory, but Adam Kadmon is one that is often excluded from transcendence for various reasons. But here we go. The 45-letter name of God is connected to the 72-letter name. The difference is the intensity of the revelation. The Zohar says that the 72-letter name comes from the forehead of Adam Kadmon, primordial man, which is the dimension which includes everything that existed before creation and everything that will exist until the end of time. The 7 seconds until the end, Nomura came out and told us that actually, when Sephiroth says that to Cloud at the edge of creation, that is literally 7 seconds before all of infinite time and space is going to end. It's the end of the universe at that point. 7 seconds after that, the world is done. Now think about that. I mean, just on that level alone, why? Why would the edge of creation, like when we still see stars and planets, because that doesn't line up with our cosmological fate. Our actual fate is for planets to explode, stars to run out of juice, and then to collapse into black holes. And we will actually spend trillions of years in darkness before the world contracts back down into infinite nothingness, or an infinite point in time. And then the theory is that we're going to have other Big Bangs. We've had multiple Big Bangs. So there will be trillions of years where the world is just dark. Why is it that in this 7 seconds, when there's still stars in the sky, the universe is going to end? Makes me wonder, what's going on there? We do know that Sephiroth has a goal that is much higher than OG FF7, because he just wanted to take over the planet. Now, he did have the goal, but we saw this more in Advent Children, which was to sail the cosmos, and there's a lot to say. And this is kind of where you even start including like Dissidia or World of Final Fantasy or Final Fantasy XIV, which is the multiverse theory, that actually there is like A worlds and B worlds and like much larger cosmic life stream that is all interconnected. And that's how, you know, in the A worlds and World of Final Fantasy, you get the heroes from the worlds, and this is how the summons are shared between them. And then you got the outer worlds of B worlds, or say Kingdom Hearts. And then basically there's a great cosmic life stream and connection there. And you could say Sephiroth, if they are weaving it this way, being in Kingdom Hearts, in Dissidia, that basically he wants to infect the cosmos life stream. So the cosmos itself. And I am not going to talk on this too much. I'm going to leave that until my Sephiroth video, but there's a lot of supporting evidence to say that he not only realizes the planetary fate that planets create, but also the universe as a whole, and he's actually trying to run it backwards to the annihilation of existence itself, because again, that is our fate. We'll just become black holes, and then we'll just die into nothing. Essentially, I think they call it the Great Darkness or something, or the Great Death of the universe. Sephiroth's main goal is to always endure. And in that sense, we as humans and we as life forms, we are confined to death. And this is where you have a fucking existential crisis. If any of you are watching this and you're smoking weed, you may want to turn around now, because it's going to get depressing. But that's our fate, man. You ever felt existential like despair? You ever thought that this is all where this is going? And just the dread of it? I mean, that's the thing. You can either go one way in that direction, or you can go in towards like the Aerith approach of things, which is, damn, life is short, life is finite. And because it's finite, that's why it's so precious. That's why it's so valuable. It's one of those things that can either, put you in a hole of depression or give you like more zest for life and to make the most of it. In Sephiroth's case, he ain't got no zest. He ain't no zesty boy. He does not want that outcome. And if he wants to try to stop that outcome, is he doing it just for himself? Is he doing it for more than himself? Souls, humanity, Cloud, won't have you end. Was he speaking of just Cloud? Was he speaking of what Cloud represents as well? Humanity as a whole. Is it all selfish, or does he have some dark humanitarianism? Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. The main point being is that in the Kabbalah, the name Ma, what up, Ma, is covered by the forehead, and therefore its revelation is limited and dimmed compared to the name Av. So Ma isn't the full extent of God. It's a limited and dimmed version. Now, does that not kind of make sense to all of the deities that we see in 7? Obviously, Minerva, she's not fully like God. Genova, you could say, is almost godlike, but a fallen angel. Sephiroth, a false god. So the name Ma being what is describing the kind of play of trying to become God that we're seeing in 7 makes a lot of sense. And that's what specifically relates to the name of 45, because the name Ma is composed of 45 letters and its primary hidden value is Aleph. Aleph, as we spoke in our class, is a medium between the infinite and the finite levels of existence, the exact bridge that Sephiroth is trying to breach, if you will. And the higher yard reaches up the infinite source, while the lower yard draws down infinite light into the finite world. And again, part of that drawing down from the infinite into the finite, the edge of creation into rebirth, is done through the Nitzazots, the descending sparks of light. 7, I've got your number. Nomura, your time is up. You're done. You're basic. I thought you could hide it from me. I mean, 7 Remake has been out a while, and this has eluded me the whole way. I love this, man. This is such a juicy weave if this is what they're doing. But while the name Ma is called a new name, because it is the name, it's for the sake of post-existence and ultimately achieving the Tikkun. So the Tikkun, guys, this is why it'd be even juicier for Bugenhagen to have this on his back, because Bugenhagen is the first one that kind of teases us up to, the world is dying. We are polluting and destroying, and eventually the world is going to crumble. And you see it in OG Bugenhagen's thing, the world sort of crumbles. I think when we go to the 7 Remake Bugenhagen, when Rebirth, is he going to be aware, or is he going to give us more than just a basic explanation of the life stream? I hope so. I hope that Bugenhagen gives us, yeah, a far juicier, richer, more succulent sort of world lore breakdown for us to nosh our teeth into, and I think he will. But Tikkun, like I said in my big theory video, Tohu is the world of corruption, it's the fucked up world, it's the impure world, it's the one that the Clipoth, which I think Sephiroth has created a Clipoth, and that's what Zack's in. One that is separated from divinity. And then you've got Tikkun, which is the world of fixing. Aerith has put us into Tikkun. It is a world that is to repair the damage that has been done, which aligns with what Aerith was telling us. But yeah, munch on that for a bit, guys. Munch on that. Basically, can you actually see my arrow, guys, on the screen? Am I able to show it? I mean, I think you guys can see it clear enough. The center is the Keter, the 5 worlds with the 9 branching Sephiroths emanating out. 45, the letter of the concealed god. And now I just want to show you Bugenhagen's second secret. Clipoth is used in Persona 5 Royal. Yes, it is, and it is also used in Devil May Cry. It's an impure world, metaphysical world, and I'm pretty sure that is what the timeline is now. Like I said in my previous theory, that is the timeline Zack is on. It's the spiritual concentric circle that has been corrupted, and Tohu means world of chaos. And I'll show you with like tornadoes and like souls, like suffering. It's also very cool that in the Clipoth, you still also have a Sephiroth. That's what's integral. Even of the 5 worlds, if one of the worlds turns into a Clipoth, it's still branched out as the Sephiroths. But instead of like understanding and compassion and severity and wisdom, they actually changed the Clipoth configuration into names of demons. I can't specifically remember what they were. Actually, I'm going to pull all this up. Clipoth, Clive Pothfield. Basically, an evil Clipoth has kind of a cool layout. Where was this bad boy? Aha, here we go. I kind of just like this because I'm an Evangelion fan now, and obviously Adam Cadman being one of the worlds, but it basically changes to Lilith, so like Adam and Lilith, Samael, Baal, Belphegor, Asmodeus, Astaroth, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Satan, Nahemoth. I've never heard of Nahemoth, but that's what a Clipoth looks like. It keeps the same Sephiroth configuration, the 10 or the 9 emanating out of the singular point. The one that's the top of the point, instead of being God or Ma, becomes Satan. I finished Evangelion recently and I still don't know what the fuck happened. Dude, there's no way for you to know. I mean, have you watched the movie, dude? You have to watch the movie. It finishes it off. But I also needed a guide. I needed like my handheld the whole way through because I didn't know what the fuck was happening either. Oh man, it escalates so quickly. Sephiroth is also a Final Fantasy 14 boss, one of the Warring Triad. Curious. Interesting. Well, I mean, on the idea of triad or warring triad, I also do think there's some sort of a succinct parallel in the fact that when you look at this pattern, you've kind of got the three stars, like from the center, but also kind of connecting outwardly toward the 4th. I don't know if that would be like Adam Cadman in the center, and you've got the 4 worlds, or the idea of which Sephiroths broke, 3 broke. I don't know. I think the main layout up there. But anyway, let's move on to the second secret. So I was like, damn, Bugenhagen, your cloak, major support of the world format that I've been viewing. And also just even the idea of concentric circles. I know this was in FF7OG, but that's what I think the Kabbalah has been a part of it. But even the Observatorium, just the way it moves. You've got like the big circles, right? and the planets sort of move around them, and you see some of these circles like overlapping, they're within one another. This fits with the Kabbalistic interpretation of these worlds. They're not separate, they're the same, you can be in multiple worlds. Somebody also found, well, Delta Sin also kind of looked at the pattern on Minerva's shield in Crisis Core and said that, you know, there's kind of a similarity between, I mean, you see it, maybe. But the second secret I went and broke down was looking at this. So this right here is what's on Bugenhagen's arm. So I'll go to the full picture. This part of his cloak, it's on the back of his arm and it's on the front of his arm, and it's this repeat pattern. Now take a look closely, because I got this black and white version to make it clearer, because this is the main layout. You've got 4 circular patterns, 4 circular with 1 central circle, and this repeats again and again and again. Now even just that on one level right there is 5 circles, 5 worlds, 5 concentric circles. You usually only have the 4 because Adam Kadmon is the original, the center, if you will, and the 4. So even on that premise alone, it fits. But then if you look at some of the OG, and this is from the Kabbalistic diagrams in the British libraries, the Margolath catalogue, Margolith catalogue. Look at that layout. It's the same configuration, 4 and center, 4 and center, with the connecting, the intersecting, because they are interconnected lines, just like we have on Bugenhagen's cloak. Whoa! And taking that even a bit further, because of course Bugenhagen's kind of has a cross. It looks more like a cross in the center of a circle. Okay. So, I mean, again, that's sort of the 4 and center pattern. This is the world layout in the Kabbalah. But now, you know, I've been talking about them. I've been talking about it so much, my brain's gone on it. I've been talking about the Malkuth. The Malkuth, that is actually the main place that we're in, or Sephiroth is in. That's the 49, represented by the 49th day. Kingdom within kingdom, dimensionality within dimensionality, clone 49. Well, guys, again, look at the pattern on Bugi's cloak for the main circles. Look at the symbol down here on number 10. That's what the Malkuth is. Look at it! Ah! It's the circle with the cross. Not only does it configure with the 5 worlds, it configures with the Tree of Life, it even configures with the core concept, the core Sephiroth, the one that Sephiroth is confined to, because again, the Malkuth is the least spiritually pure. It's the furthest from divinity, and that is what Sephiroth is. He doesn't have the other traits of the Sephiroth tree that Cloud does, and it's down here in the Malkuth, which is the 4th world, or technically the 5th, the world of Yetzirah, where, was it Yetzirah? I think that was the 3rd world. Let me double check. Asaya, the world of Asaya, this is the one that has full awareness and the full suffering. This is the one with the pernicious evil angels. This is the catalyst phase in the Kabbalah, where humans can go from their spiritually lowest and their furthest, like all of creation, be the furthest from divine source, can in an instant awakening, a flash, go to the linear phase. Instead of the curved paths and patterns towards the spiritual peak, if you will, it can just go straight to it. And when I was editing my last FF7 remake theory, when I had OG FF7, and you see the scene before we fight Sephiroth, and you see Cloud falling towards like a big thing of light, like a big flashy star-shaped light, you know, the white. Again, that's also why the Keter is represented with the color white. The white door. Cloud falling towards it, seeing a light. Even when we're fighting Sephiroth, Aerith's light is shining. This is why even in the OG battle with Sephiroth, you know, when the Cloud and the gang are like hovering up in the air, and you see Sephiroth pull them in like a vortex of gravity, that's what the Malkuth is described as. When the kingdom is condensed down that far, creation is that dense, the Kabbalah describes it like gravity, pulling all things towards it, because desire is at its strongest. Desire to attain is the strongest. It's the strongest in Sephiroth, it's the strongest in the crew, and it pulls everything like a gravity, and then pew, you head up the tree of life, and you have your awakening. But Sephiroth can't do that, and that's why he needs Cloud. That's why he needs Cloud. But anyway, what exactly do the Kabbalists draw? Typically, they map the topography of the Godhead, often imagined in terms of 4 gradually emerging worlds and 10 luminous emanations. So again, just to be clear, it's 4 gradually emerging worlds because it's emerging from the 5th Adam Kadmon, the original concept, which also was the first one to have the 10 Sephiroths. So that's why it's the 5 and the 9 configuration on Bugenhagen's cloak. Emerging worlds known as the Sephiroth. Sephiroth are a characteristic feature of Kabbalistic theosophy and were understood as the divine energetic categories that structured all creation, whether dimensions of divine essence. There it is. You're wondering where Zach is? He's in a dimension of divine essence. And actually, I really like the way Delta Sin replied to the idea of timelines off the back of my theory, which is not to look at it in timelines, but to look at it as infinite energy, an infinite creative life force poured into a vessel, poured into a point in space and time that's minute. And this is similar to, old Misha's Castle, like time compression. When you pour infinity into a finite space, this is how you see dimensions, this is how you see creation as we know it change and merge into existence. And this is what creates those highly metaphysical worlds and happenings and aspects of creation. Pouring infinite light into a vessel, infinite creation. When you pour infinity into the finite, mad shit happens. And I mean, that also happens in black holes, right? All of that light and all of that matter and material getting sucked into like gravity. So it's like similar to sin, isn't it? Like they use gravity as its main magic as to how sin was made. When it pulls in all of that, that's how when you hit the event horizon or you go into a black hole, you get pulled into like strands. Like if you went past the event horizon, you'll basically be turned into a long piece of spaghettiolus, and you'll stay in there trapped forever. Nothing can escape until it does, because they do say that black holes can also decay and degrade. Basically, you could potentially see through time itself. This is the crazy, ludicrous happenings that even exists in the real world. Like, that's the thing, most of the stuff with like dimensionality or string theory, the double slit experiment or black holes, most of that defies the laws of like sensible thinking, and most of that plays like a fantasy. Add on a bunch of spiritual, metaphysical, high fantasy concepts on top of that. That's how you get the remake. That's how you get what was going on. And that, Zach is in a dimension of divine essence, but I think less divine, a Clipoth. All modes of divine action. The Sephiroth were the object of ongoing Kabbalistic speculation in a manner similar to the DNA double helix. The Sephiroth were understood to be meaningfully structured, their order and interconnections forming the cosmological core of this belief. The medieval Kabbalists adopted one of the most useful and versatile schemata, form of diagrammatic representation, in the learned repertoire of the day to represent the Sephiroth, choosing the arboreal relating to or resembling a tree in Hebrew. And then, I just threw in a bunch of Loveless Act 5 stuff. Because the version that we get in Crisis Core, again, this being the doorway to the spiritual world, number 5. Obviously, we do see an OG. Sid, he mentions he falls asleep, but then he awakes during the final act and quotes this from the following scene. Do you really have to leave? I promise the people I love are waiting. I don't understand. Not all. Please take care of yourself. Of course, I'll come back to you. Even if you don't promise to wait, I'll return knowing you'll be here. Of course, that's different to the Crisis Core final act, but this is more penned in by Genesis. On the 5th verse that is revealed at the end of the game, the guide explains this is not a true lost verse, but a verse composed by Genesis himself. So, I mean, even the one that Sid saw in the play, again, that could just be a theatrical interpretation. It is highly possible, guys, that we could, in the remake, see the 5th verse of Loveless play out in some way, or come back, or weave itself in. I do really think so. I do believe that on top of all of this like spiritual Kabbalistic lore, I said it in a tweet, there's also this tremendous amount of sort of, timeline and singularity kind of play, so it does feel like and easy to fall into the idea these are timelines. But there's also an idea that this is all a play, a performance. I mean, this is what the Hindus called, I think it was Samsara, the great play. There's a great cosmological play, like Shakespeare when he said, all the world is a stage and all the people in it are actors. I look at a lot of 7 Remake also being interpreted this way, Jessie being the princess of the play, and the fact that, when Cloud tries to peek behind the curtain, Wedge jumps in and stops, Weiss saying, let's raise the curtain on this final act, Euphes. Why was Euphes' DLC called Intermission? Intermission! Intermission implies a break in a play, in a performance. This with the Loveless and the fact that we're going to go into the Golden Saucer and seeing the play means that there was an illusion. And this is what makes it even more logical that these things like a sector flip or the presence door switching or the cross on a church, one may be in there not. This is all illusion. This is mind games. What you've got to think is if like terror corrupt and spiritual corruption, if Jenova has infected the life stream to such an extent that not only is she able, and with Sephiroth, to reopen the remake, this is why we've got ghosts that are purple, we've got Destiny itself, the Harbinger, purple. What is the core trait of Jenova, besides just the mimic, which is to read someone's soul and read someone's mind and create manifestations? But it's the hallucinations. Jenova can create entire worlds of illusion and mind fuckery. Do 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 do. The idea that what we saw in the remake, that there's these mad inconsistencies when the main beings controlling it are fucking cosmic scale, like mind-bending, soul-reading parasites? Come on, guys. Strap on your tinnies. Stop calling everything a design error. And that's the other thing. You've also got to do that with Sephiroth. I don't think anyone seems to give Jenova credit for how powerful this fucking thing is. This thing travels the cosmos, ending worlds. This thing... this is a being that not even the Cetra, advanced spiritual civilizations. When I say advanced, I don't mean like technologically advanced, I mean spiritually advanced. They were a high fantasy metaphysical race that obviously, if they're anything like Aerith, they had good nature to them. That's why they were nomadic. That's why they traveled. If even them, they had no chance of fighting against Jenova. She fucked their heads up and they turned into monsters. They murdered each other indiscriminately. They went bananas, berserk. They lost their noodles. So why are we all out here just totally overlooking that Sephiroth has also been injected with this thing from fucking birth and his mind is like been ripped a new one? Everyone's like, nah. You can't say that Sephiroth isn't like completely in control because you take agency away from Sephiroth and his choices. Take agency away from Sephiroth? That motherfucker's never had agency since the day he was born. Like, wildness. But anyway, finishing off this little theory, guys. I hope any of that made sense. If I described it, I'm going to read some of your comments in a moment. Just finishing off, finally, here on the number 5. Again, this is Kabbalistic lore. But as this is the 5th occurrence of heavenly repositioning, so that makes a lot of sense as to why I'm saying there's going to be 5 repositionings. Adam Cadman was repositioning the world, heavenly, the live stream, repositioning it from OG to remake. The second one, remake to Age of Creation. This one, the third, sorry, no. Adam is 1, there's 2, Third one. Yeah, and then coming from edge of creation into rebirth, which I'll just say, even just the word rebirth, reborn, being spiritually reborn. It's exactly what happens in this world. When Bariah collapses and it falls into Yetzirah, and the Nitzazots come into the world and reform it. That's why it's called formation, a world of formation. Reform, and to see that aligned with rebirth, it makes sense. But yeah, this is the fifth occurrence of heavenly repositioning. The number 5 is significant now. The 5-pointed star stands for the number 5, also called the pentad, known as the living principle. The number 5 indicates the action of the active principle on form. Active principle on form. 5 symbolizes human suffering and transformation, the turning point in human destiny. Literally, the fucking Destiny's Crossroad, guys. Destiny's Crossroad in Sector 5. The Kabbalah, the 5th heavenly positioning, and the turning point of human destiny. Come on. Where's my schmeckles? Where's my like button? Like, done. We are done. I was convinced, and then when I read this, I was like, shit, we're there. 5 symbolizes human suffering. This number represents the divine spirit, fundamental to all being, that is crucified on the cross of matter. Crucified on the cross. So again, the Malkuth, the spiritual, and the formless becoming the material and the form. And also, again, that idea of the spiritual and the immaterial becoming material and trapped in the world of materialism, duality. Again, this is also what Sephiroth has been after. That's why he wants to puncture the planet's arsehole with a meteor to turn the live stream into a corporeal vessel within himself, and one that he can like physically travel. So it all makes perfect sense, which contains the 4 elements of air, fire, water, and earth. Again, these 4 elements are what corresponds to the 4 core worlds, which I'm not going to go through. I'll just show a chart somewhere. But despite our connection to the senses, man must employ free will in order to bolster self-discipline. And this, I believe, is why Aerith actively had our crew break destiny. Because what was happening? When I was been speaking about like Evangelion or Thanos or Arden or Emmett Selk, Emmett Selk trying to undo the shattering, for example, what is it that makes these villains villains? Well, Brie came up with like a pretty concise answer. She said, well, it's because it's important for a person to have a choice. And that's what happens in Evangelion. It's about choice. It's about free will. The moment, and I mean, that stands as a core theme to Final Fantasy. There's that when free will is being taken away, that is within itself an evil doing. Any result that comes out of the suppression of freedom and free will loses any of its value. And this is how I knew Bahamut, way before we knew he was a villain in 15, was a villain. People thought I was crazy saying that Bahamut is actually the big bad villain and it's not Arden, and we actually could see a potential like recontextualization of Arden. I'm not saying a redemption, because people are now saying this about me with Sephiroth. I'm on Twitter talking about the shit. People are like, dude, redemption for Sephiroth? What, he's going to be a good guy? He's going to show up and he's like, kawaii! Like, no, that's not what's going to happen. These villains, when they're recontextualized or new context is added, it doesn't redeem what they're doing, but it adds an extra dimensionality to them. And people said I was wrong when I said that this would happen with Arden, because I was like, shit, wait, hold up. That means that the world doesn't have free will in Final Fantasy 15 because Bahamut's controlling it. He must be evil. Must be, because that's what Final Fantasy always plays it as. Lo and behold, that's what happened. And this is what's happening in 7 Remake. Do you think we have free will? Did Cloud have free will? In Remake, any of our characters, did Jesse have free will to go on that mission or not? No, the planet pushed her down the fucking stairs. The planet is violating free will in this world. And obviously we get it is for preservation, but again, preservation does not justify the suppression of free will. That's why Aerith made the choice to break it. Because free will not only is important in Final Fantasy, but even in this Kabbalistic interpretation, that this is what allows the transcendence through suffering. You have to go through it. You can't goddamn avoid it. And yeah, not only is Sephiroth suppressing people's free will by creating a Clypoth and Zack and all the other souls that are trapped down there, but the planet's been doing it as well. And this is where you got to really think, who's the villain in 7? Because at the end of the day, the planet, we know, like I said, is capable of genocide, is capable of suppressing free will, and all it really cares about is self-preservation. How is it any different to Sephiroth? And now you've got to question when Sephiroth says to Aerith, Aerith says, oh, he'll tell you that he cares about the planet, and Sephiroth says, those who are bound to the planet only see shadows. This is a ideological battle that is far deeper and juicier than any of us are really fully given credit, or Square Enix have yet fully shown to us. It is a tee-up, I believe, into really, really juicy insight and section and exploration that we're going to see over the trilogy. I hope, because this is such succulent material. But anyway, finishing that, free will must be employed in order to bolster self-discipline and redirect energies towards the divine. Again, that's how you get out of the Malkuth, the material world. It's when desire reaches its highest peak, and you could say the discipline, the self-discipline, is attaining all the different Sephiroth traits. You have to master them to, again, redirect your energies towards the divine. That's why Cloud falls into the light. That's why he has his live stream awakening, and work towards perfect consciousness. The number 5, the number of the pentagram, conceals the most profound arcana. Again, 5 is the number of the Fool, as well as the number of the will, our instrument of reintegration. Initiates recognize that the substitution of 5 for 4 is only transitorily disastrous. Right there, guys, that the substitution of 5 for 4. That's what we see. That's what we see on Stamp's helmet. A substitution from 5 to 4. And it's only a transitory disaster. Rebirth, fucking Stamp has 4 stars. But this Rebirth realm is a transitory one. This is why I think this tees up that after Aerith dies, we're going to see that transition either go to another one, or we're going to see our characters come back to the Clypoth of Beriah. And I think what would be cool is, yeah, they're not fully dead, because Shinra are loading their bodies into a chopper. And yes, you could say Hojo is going to diddle with them, but why wasn't Cloud in the Rebirth trailer? Why wasn't his body there? Well, because Cloud has Genova cells, and what we see is, even with the absence of a soul, or a very, very weak and broken one, the bodies animate themselves. The clones naturally walk to the northern crater. Cloud isn't in that shot in Rebirth because he has Genova cells. And that's why we see Cloud clone in the Rebirth trailer. Because while the other characters' bodies are comatose and Shinra are taking them somewhere, because Hojo can't really do anything with a dead body fully, I know, mate. But actually, there's probably a few things he could do with a dead body. Fucking dirty old creep. I reckon that they're being taken to Junon or somewhere. Hojo will be doing something. Cloud's body is upped and scarpered to the crater. What I think would be really cool, because after the significant disc shift in Final Fantasy VII Remake, we see Tifa wake up on a stretcher with Barrett there. They look out the window, there's a meteor coming down, and that's when you have the execution scene. Tifa almost gets gassed, then goes and slaps the shit out of Scarlet. I think it would be amazing if they wake back up on the line of Beriah, in the tornadoed Midgar, in Junon, or whatever, and that's where the game picks up from. It'd be cool, Tifa wakes up on that stretcher. And then we have to deal with the Cloud clone line. Because regardless, Tohu being a world of chaos, and that showing, the Midgar section's tornadoed, and it being 4-star stamped down from 5-star. 5 is the number of the Fool. But initiates recognize that the substitution of 5 for 4 is only transitorily disastrous, and that the fallen human submultiple, by wallowing in the mire of matter, learns how to attain a true free personality and become more fully aware of higher planes. Therefore, he rises from his fall again and again, stronger and greater, because evil only replaces good temporarily, and with the explicit purpose of betterment. Yeah, this right here. I mean, I don't even need to break that down. That's Final Fantasy 7. It fits. It fits even emotionally, even character development wise, with the trajectory our characters are on. And again, we'll be changing ourselves, a new direction, new heights of enlightenment and strength and power for our characters. And again, the rebirth world in the Kabbalah is a world of change. Fundamentally changing ourselves. And now I've just gone and found something about the turning point of human destiny. There we go. And even the picture that was associated with this, guys, this right here. And I can't show you guys on stream, but and actually I'll ask you guys on stream, does that look like anything we've seen in 7 Remake? Does that jump out to you guys in any way? Just like that little vista there. I want to see if any of you guys get it, if you see what I see. Just so I know I'm not tripping, because I'm on pretty high, like, theory fumes. So I could always be seeing what I want to see. I could be the one with clouded eyes that sees only shadows. Or in this case, Kabbalistic weaves. Sky. I mean, even just saying sky, I mean, even that right there is thematically tight, right? Like the sky, the great blue sky, Aerith being scared of the sky, coming to the sky, looking in the sky. But yes, the ancients is very small. Yes, the CGI scene, the VR scene, just say, where we see the world crumble, we see the ancients, and then we see like the same kind of layout of the reactors, but it's like done in stone, and then that crumbles, and then we see Midgar get built, and this idea of like the cyclical nature, which I think isn't so much from the Kabbalah, that kind of fits into the Norse vein that also weaves itself through FF7, Ragnarok, yeah, the world being born and dying again and again. But when you look at that VR scene, you see that kind of vista. Oh, man. Oh, and that, my friends, is the Secrets of Bugenhagen. I don't think I had anything else there. That was everything with Adam Cadman. Yeah, well, just make sure I didn't miss anything. I know I was trying to look at this as well to try to get an understanding of like Genesis' apocalypse, like his Loveless Act 5, 5th, the doorway to the spiritual world. I mean, I was asking some people on Twitter, they had any interpretations of that. In fact, I'll quickly find what they were. Because I know what it means in terms of the story, but I was just looking at like the layout of it, if it meant anything. Yeah, some people pointed out it looks like an alchemy symbol. Another person said it looks like an angel protection glyph. Again, angels being very thematically tight to the story. I think Delta Sin replied to me. He's really good. He knows a lot of juicy FF7 stuff. I love Alex Jones. Yeah. Yeah, so Delta's very much in like the Gnostic veins of things, which also does not only just support this idea of 5 and its doorway to the spiritual world. I don't know exactly what their material is, but that's the thing I picked up in the last video, is that the Gnostics and the Kabbalists, they share a lot of ideas. There's a lot of crossover, inspiration from the two. The Gnostics had an interpretation of the 4/5 worlds. But Delta says it's a glyph that seems to be more inspired by the Gnostic mass. It's a form of sympathetic magic that parallels Genesis' journey, where he became the prisoner by acting out the role. And he basically took the method actor approach. Yeah, the whole idea of a traveler, prisoner, hero. That's also what I think is going to play thematically. I mean, it does. It's such a cool, simple but cool theme. Genesis realizing he was the prisoner. Yeah, I can't show you guys at the moment, but they've even broken down glyphs, everything to do with like Earth and Venus and other cosmogonies. And the main thing with that they've been showing Gnosticism in Apocalypse Limit Break Maybe I will show you guys because I'm almost done here. I may show you guys. Because we'll move on to the next section of the Spoony stream. It's like this. So this right here is also what you see at the Safer Sephiroth, his limit break. But it's all kind of the same idea, concentric circles within one another. This is what they point out as being the inspiration. The words whisper, roar, and bellow are reference to a Latin phrase, Strophitus Quodus Usatio, which is all about earthquake that occurred when Christ was crucified. They're going off of the specific symbols that you see, which I also say the Kabbalists also use these same symbols. Specifically in Jewish mysticism, if you see the one with the W that looks like the candle, they have the same exact logo. All very cool, all very juicy. There we go, guys. I think that's everything. Bugenhagen secrets is from his cloak to the symbols on his back. I believe it was showing us a lot clearer, as fits the Bugenhagen section of the game, to show us the world law, the world structure, what the world is built upon. And while in OG it was kind of limited to a singular realm of existence and a single sort of planetary fate, I do think that Bugenhagen is going to take us on a deeper little tangent and potentially do something to explain the multiverse, multi-spiritual world dynamic that we're obviously seeing emerge. I love so God, I'm excited. Well, there we go, guys. Thank you for sitting through that. Did I take a long time? 2 hours and 16 on the stream. Wow, I'm sweating under this peasant-y hat. Bugenhagen is going to die a different way this time. He will get a dramatic scene as he's ruining stuff. Wait, Bugenhagen died? Wait. Don't fuck with me. Bugenhagen didn't die. What is his outfit now, Pez? He looked like Mother Teresa. She was stylish, right? Bree! What are you saying about curious about great knowledge? What are you saying, my sweet? What do you think of my Bugenhagen theory? The stars. With Bala.
Someone in chat said that Alex Jones has great knowledge.
Yeah?
So I was like,
I don't like that. Every time I'm doing theories, I keep getting called Alex Jones of Final Fantasy. Do my theories seem unsuccinct and unhinged? Do I come across as unhinged? I like to think that this is a very logical theory with plenty of supporting evidence.
I just got kind of thrown off into an Alex Jones thing, but I will echo what Kyrick said, which is I didn't know anybody actually took the man seriously. I didn't know that. Until
I see some gay frogs,
I've never met a gay frog. Personally.
Yeah? I'm saying the opposite, Prez. What are you saying? I suppose you didn't know Bugenhagen died. Wait, when did Bugenhagen die? Is James fucking with me?
I think James might be fucking with you.
Yeah, he's like, did they? I don't know.
I don't remember that happening. I've played it several times. I don't remember that happening.
No.
No.
It's 10 fibs.
Yeah, you're being...
But we didn't... I linked the video, Pez.
A video of Bugen dying.
Bugen booty. Oh shit, I've opened too many. Right. Bugenhagen dying.
Wait a minute, actually, yeah.
Yeah, did he?
Wait.
Is he just up there? Has he just offed himself with a bottle of sherry and painkillers?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
He's in the process of dying, right?
Oh!
Yeah, but he doesn't actually die.
Oh, damn. I can't leave you like this, grandfather. Oh! I don't recall that at all. I've played Final Fantasy so many times.
I don't think he, like, dies here, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, how do you know he's not just having an episode? I see old people do this all the time. They have episodes.
My grandma all the time.
Yeah, I had one with my grandma like 8 months ago. I was like, she's fucked, she's gone. See you, Nan. I was like, bidding her farewell into a live stream. She's like, oh no, just kidding. Gotcha. It's a big world, you must go out and see it. You may even find your life's mate. Yeah, there's, do you know Red's girlfriend's name? Another one of out there. Was it Denny? Denine? Denira?
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, that was it. Bugenhagen, you juicy see. Oh, his hand did just flop though. Wait, his hand did.
Oh,
his hand fucking flopped.
did I miss that? He said he actually.
Bugenhagen died!
What? Wait.
It's Bugenhagen that he's going away again.
What?
He seems like he really liked the airship. You can stay here and just zipped out of here. Oh, because Red's still like a little kid, isn't he?
Yeah.
In his brain, so he's like, told him, I'm like, going somewhere. Oh! Oh, emotional damage! How have we played 7 this many times?
I've played 7 a lot of times, and I don't remember this being a thing.
Oh! Oh, Bugenhagen's secret. It's just backfired on me. You guys dropped me with a secret. I didn't even realise. The old Todger croaked. Oh, fuck.
How did I never catch
Damn,
that?
7. You're such a savage animal.
So what I always thought was just that he was really fucking sick. Like, just really, really sick, and he didn't actually die.
Yeah, he flopped, and then him saying he's going on the airship and he's going somewhere. Oh.
I guess I didn't see the pixels flop.
Oh. And to have Bugenhagen say it to Red in that way. How is it? Like I said this in one of my tweets. How is it that 20 years on, no matter how many times I've looked at 7, looked at it again and again, I'm always coming up with a new theory, a new angle to look at it, or even something like this. 7 is the gift that just keeps on giving, because it's just got so many dimensions to it and so many possibilities, and even amongst other theorists who have just also solid ideas. Like 7, you are magical in this regard, and to be honest, that's why I'm perpetually trapped with the latest qualities of Final Fantasies, because though I think like 15 and 16 are like great games, I just have such big issues with them, because frankly, I'm done theorizing on them like 4 months after. I'm done. Because there's just nowhere near this level of depth. And this is what Final Fantasy needs. Stories that present themselves in a way that isn't just ludicrously convoluted and just makes the story like hard to follow and unimpactful as a result. So the story is concisely told, but then at the same time, if you fall in love with it, every time you play it, you get a different takeaway. You see something new. This is what, yeah, you're right. 16 has nothing left in terms of news. It really doesn't. It doesn't have, like, there are some explorations, but most of the explorations just come in the form of like going outside of the story's like boundaries. You know, like for example, Ultima, a perfect example. People talk about like Ultima, how he kind of reflects some like Lovecraftian kind of ideas in terms of a god that abandoned his own creation and was ashamed of it and looked down on it, and therefore reflecting upon himself, his own failures. Cool, but you're just like taking a concept and then going down the Lovecraftian line. It's not something directly interconnected to the game. 7, on the other hand, all of this is woven in just the most intricate, beautiful, like roadmap or tapestry of epicness. That's why I love it. That's why I love it. There we go, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you on the next live stream. Goodbye. Or no, I'm staying on the live stream. See you on the next video. If I upload this, if I manage to riff this in any kind of coherent fashion. See you to you guys. As for you guys still in the live stream, I'm going to stay with you guys. All right, there we go, tinfoil. How's that? I was kind of worried. Brie was like, dude, you ain't actually going to try to do a tinfoil hat theory live, are you? Like, that's going to come out like absolute slop. How was that, guys? This is just an aerospace. This is why I wanted to call it Spoony Peasant, because this is something that this first episode, the maiden voyage, is going to be slop. Hey. I want to kind of refine and distill and get better at, because I like getting your ideas for things as well. Sorry, Pez, got discreet. You're on ball 16. Give me one, not too spoiler, because I don't want to put too many 16 spoilers in there, but give me one area of 16 that I'm not looking deeply enough into. Because I almost guarantee I have, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I dropped the ball with 16. I think 16 dropped the ball with its ending. 16 better than 7. I'm really glad that there's some of you out there who really feel that. That's cool. Somebody asked me on Twitter, like, where do you place it in your top 10? I think when I thought about it and actually counted through, I placed 16 around about between 7th and 9th, I would say, at a score of about 8.4, 8.2, 8.4 out of 10. I like 16's ending a lot, to be honest. Damn, man, I'm glad for you. I really am. I really want to be the same. I'm holding out for those DLCs to make me feel whole and complete with it. Because I have so much love for 16. I need. It's like with 16, I feel like I'm holding in a sneeze. I'm holding in a sneeze. And it's like if I just let it out, I'll be like, oh, that's so satisfying. It's like right on the cusp for me, guys. I want closure for 16. That's how I feel. Closure, expansion, extrapolation, extra context, salmon. Right, what was next on the list? Oh, Judgment Bolt. Well, this kind of gives me time to like kick back and relax for a bit. So I kind of like that. We're gonna have a little react to. Oh no, the camera just shat itself. No. Why you do? Oh, why you do this? All right, give me a sec, guys. Camera says no. Right. Please work. Oh, there we go. That's good. Did anyone just pick up on Bree's burp and piss in the background? Oh shit. Drop the mic. Alright. Judgment Bolt. It's very simple. We're going to sit and we're going to judge people. We're going to judge people's videos and give our opinions. I'm going to cover that one later. Where was it? So I wanted to watch. Right, let me open it here actually. To go through shorts first. Actually, I've got a few shorts lined up. I want to watch with you guys. Alright, actually, let's do this first. Oh my god, the camera's just got. No! Why is it doing that? Bray. Okay, well the camera is like molten hot, so
It is kind of warm in here today.
it's a very hot day. What country are you guys in, and how donde toasty is it for you guys? It's bull sweatingly hot. Nah, it's not that bad, but enough for my camera to melt. Anyone ever watch Cloudy McDoom?
I love him.
Me after watching 7 Rebirth trailer. Cloudy don't give a shit. Cloudy does not get near enough views that he deserves. Have you seen Cloudy's latest?
He has a new thing.
Yeah.
I have not.
It's just him shaking his ass.
He does shake his ass a lot.
He do be shaking that ass.
He shakes his ass.
These are just some random shorts. Before I get into the main video I want to react to, what was this? Oh, this was accurate. It's true. It's true. And then there's 10-2. Unless you've played 10-2, you can't comprehend. Is that how 10-2 made you guys feel? I definitely felt that way. I felt sexy and like I wanted to throw it down. What was this one?
This Final Fantasy
Oh,
will blow.
Oh, now this Final Fantasy 7. So this is by old Blitzy Boy. This one did blow my mind. Never knew this. Once again, Final Fantasy 7, the gift that keeps on giving.
Your mind. In the real events of the Nibelheim flashback, Cloud gets the upper hand on Sephiroth by sneaking up behind him. Many fans, including myself over the years, wondered how could a regular human such as Cloud achieve this? Well, the answer was right in front of us the whole time. Earlier in the game, during the false Nibelheim flashback, we can check the inventory to see Cloud's equipment. If you head over to the materia slots, he has only one laughable purple materia called Preemptive Strike, which seems useless. Well, Preemptive Strike materia actually increases your chances to enter a battle behind the enemy and get an advantage and early window to attack first, which, by game logic, makes sense on how he was able to defeat Sephiroth. If you didn't realize this before, please hit that like button so others can see it as well. And for more Final Fantasy facts, subscribe and hit that notification bell.
Yo! Huge Magoo! He had Preemptive Strike on. He got the stab. Yeah, that's. I mean, somebody did point out in the comments though, like, well, it's not like technically Cloud. No, what was it? Someone pointed this out. Yeah, I remember when this theory became popular 7 years ago, when we started to think about how it was actually Zack who had the materia, but then it didn't matter because Zack had the materia equipped in the Buster Sword, which Cloud used when he attacked Sephiroth. It was all really well thought out by the developers. Exactly. That is what I love about old Squaresoft, is they put this level of thought in. It's so cool. It's so smart. It's so genius. Like, they think about these details down to little berry bones. And then, of course, what happens after this scene. So I've spoken about why I believe Cloud through Sephiroth. I'm going to be speaking about this more in the Sephiroth section. We do have the anime version where Sephiroth like voluntarily jumps in, which, was it Sephiroth who did that? Was it Genova? Because by throwing Sephiroth in, she could also help him to, or force him to cast off the icky parts that wouldn't be part of her game plan. That's why Sephiroth has a huge chunk of himself missing in the live stream. It's crazy to me how few people seem to get that like integral part of the Sephiroth that we see now, or in Advent Children, or the one in Remake. Sephiroth is not all there. He had to cast off his humanity, which implies he had some. Which is just wild. Also, now they're obviously seeing Ever Crisis and seeing young Sephiroth. He has some humanity. I just don't see Sephiroth, I think, the way everyone else does, that he's just this big bad villain. He's just bad. Sephiroth's just bad. He's just evil, and everything is him, and he wants one with God. That ain't the story of Final Fantasy 7, man. Not my... Hashtag not my Final Fantasy 7. Hashtag not my Sephiroth. But yeah, I was also asking the question earlier, so I'll ask it of you guys in the chat. If Genova gets completely yeeted, do S-Cell stop working? Would Cloud go back to being a regular dude? Would he no longer have super strength? I mean, of course, it doesn't mean he has to go back to being a complete bronze tier noob, because what we've seen is obviously life stream and inner will strength, life force, chi. His power is obviously still very strong. Final Fantasy VII, and the other characters have SLs, but you still see Tifa suplexing the shit and them fucking up like Bahamut in Advent Children. Now you could be mad powerful in the world of FF7 without having Genova cells. And that's, I feel like, the explanation as to how Cloud through Sephiroth is life stream, is life force, and life stream is memory. So if you get tessellation in your memory, like the DMW system does, tessellation is a computer programming term. That means the highly organized data and structure of data memory, of course, life stream memory. And that if you have these memories become cohesive, you can power up. Cloud just obviously went nuts on adrenaline in the moment before he threw Sephiroth. He was like, Tifa, my village, and all those people. He was highly cognizant of everything that Sephiroth has just destroyed. So that gave Cloud the power to yeet. Which makes me think, do you guys think that Genova and Sephiroth are going to be completely gone by the end of 7 Remake? And if so, in what order? Because if Genova gets completely yeeted first, separate to Sephiroth, does that mean the S-cells stop working? Does that mean Cloud would lose S-cells power? Would he have to just fight on his pure willpower strength alone? These are all questions I ponder excessively over. We saw a bit of that humanity in OG and Crisis Core, Ever Crisis of just expanding the aspect of him. So my question there, for that, James, is if Sephiroth had to cast off his humanity, and I need to find the traits that the game listed, but it's his humanity and other decent traits of himself, he had to cast them out, and only his will to endure, pretty much. He could only keep that. That's how he survived the life stream. Now, if we're going back to Ori Sephiroth, so you have megalomaniac, god crazy level Sephiroth, massively Genova manipulated one. What if he comes back into contact with what he lost in the life stream? What happens? What Sephiroth is that? That's Age of Creation Sephiroth, right? We can safely assume that's complete Sephiroth, hence the Ori. So when everyone's saying to me, yo, there's going to be no behavioural change, we've already seen a behaviour change in Sephiroth at the Age of Creation. We've already seen it. People say, no, Sephiroth's never going to have any humanity or have no care about anyone but himself, and he's just a god maniac. What? No, he has humanity. He lost it in the live stream. What happens when he gets it back? I'm not saying redemption arc Sephiroth, not even close. What I'm saying is that there is a big gap between Ever Crisis Sephiroth, almost like Zack Fair Good Boy wants to be a hero, and obviously gets twisted by, like most people would, being labelled a war hero and all the fame that comes with that. But what we know is Sephiroth does not want to travel the cosmos alone. He isn't Genova. Genova don't give a fuck. It's a parasite. It's happy to travel through the dead, empty vacuum of space by itself. But of the 3 traits of Sephiroth that we know of, one of them is Loz, a mummy's boy. He doesn't want to be alone. We know that of Sephiroth because he cared about Genesis. He cared about Angeal. He cared about Zack. Even in OG, does Sephiroth, when we go to Nibelheim, not say to the soldiers, go see your families? And he says, oh, it must be really, he basically comments to how it must be really nice to have a family to go and see. People don't see Sephiroth right, in my opinion. Because we're going to see those aspects, the humanity and the want for connection that he cast off, re-merge with him. And then we're going to see, I believe, God complex Sephiroth and humanity Sephiroth find somewhere in the middle. Now, they could play it like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. I don't think that would really play. Like a schizophrenic Seth. I think it would just merge into like a dark humanitarian, a Thanos-like figure. A human instrumentality. But we'll cover that next week. Anyway, What an absolute banger of a detail from Blitz. What other comments are there? It reminds me of how Kate Sith has Manipulate equipped, serving as meaning for being a puppet manipulated by a human, and that they're acting as a Shinra spy, manipulating us so that he could steal the Temple of the Ancient's key. Oh! Oh! Damn, yo! That's also very freaking cool. This is actually pretty slick. What a cool little detail. How are you? 26 today and we're still finding cool things. And then Cloud used the throw enemy into the reactor attack. He learned from the plot armament. True that. I just assumed Sephiroth was still brain hazy from his mummy's dream and would not notice Cloud rushing. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I thought he was caught up in the moment of infatuation with Genova and achieving all of his mummy issues. But no, preemptive strike, baby.
Deja a un lado el encendedor. ¿Por qué? Porque el humo del cigarrillo es la principal causa de las enfermedades asociadas al tabaquismo. Una mejor idea es no quemar. Los productos sin humo ofrecen una mejor alternativa que seguir con el cigarrillo. Conoce más.
Thanks for checking.
Oh, we've been streaming for long enough and my mic died. Thank you, guys. Alright.
GuitarTricks.com recently. We're running
Goddamn
a
ads.
special right now that's really cool.
Alright, last section of, well, actually, second last section of Spoony Peasant. Next up, I want to react to this video here. I have seen a bit of it, and it's from David Cast RPG, simply saying Final Fantasy isn't for me anymore, and that's okay. I also dive into this because I think he brings up some really important points and a lot of relatable ones, and I think it says a lot about the franchise right now. I don't think he's at all, like he says in this video, alone in his POV, and I just want to go through it because it's actually a pretty decent video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, it's David here, and welcome back to another video. This one has been in the making for a long time. It has been on my mind for months at this point. And before I say anything else, let me just get this out there. Please respect my opinion. This is probably going to be very controversial. Let's keep it civil, if you don't mind. I'm going to read a lot of the comments and reply to as many as I can for this.
Just even right there. Having to ask for civility on your opinion. So let's just take that right there. Because let's be frank, it doesn't matter what iteration of the Final Fantasy history we've been through, whether it's the Golden Era, no, the 13, 12, 11 era, or the one we're in now. We are notoriously bad for this. The number of times, especially, and I felt it again coming away from 16. Shit, I even felt it coming away with 15. Like I said, 15's ending, I loved it. And it left me on this temporary euphoria of the game, of like mad hype and love for it. And I just got sharted on for my POV. Now, coming away from 16, I don't like the ending. I like the whole thing, but it's left me on like a bit more of like a critical note, I'll have to say. Same thing. People sharting. Now, I'm old enough and I've been doing this long enough that I don't really give a damn if somebody like posts a bunch of shit in my comments, so feel free to do it. But it's just that thing when you're a YouTuber or when you love a game to have this feeling of, please, am I? Like, just reservation and apprehension about voicing your opinion on entirely subjective like media. So just coming out the gate, I was like, damn, I feel you there, man. Like, you have to ask for people to respect your opinion.
Because I know it's going to be an interesting discussion, and it's about Final Fantasy, one of the biggest JRPG series, longest running series in the world actually, for role-playing games. And I started playing Final Fantasy over a decade ago. It all started for me when I got FF3 for the DS, so the remake of FF3, and I kind of fell in love with the series. Now, once I played FF3, I played a bunch of other games. I played Tactics, I played FF10, 10-2, 13, 15, a lot of the spin-offs in between, the Dissidia games, for example. I played a bunch of FF games. I fell into the GBA games very quickly on my DS. I played all of them on GBA. And just so you guys know where I'm at with FF before I start discussing the topic for today, is I've been playing a lot of the games. Like, I played most of the Final Fantasy games to completion. I own most of them as well. You can see my collection behind me here. And I have all the Game Boy Advance Final Fantasy games complete in box. So I'm a big fan. At least I consider myself a big fan. And
yeah, you're allowed to call yourself a big fan. You played that many? I mean, when he says GBA versions, I might be a bit of a noob, but he listed all the ones he played. I assume he's played 7, 8, and 9. Like, he's obviously done the golden era as well. But the idea that, I mean, he's called David Cast RPGs. No, you picking up something as retro as FF3 this late in the line, and that's your entryway to it. I mean, me personally, 4 was technically my entry. Let me know what it was for you guys down in the comments. Let me know in the chat what your entry was. 4 technically, I think it was a little bit too retro versus the other exciting things I had in my box, my big PS1 box that just got gifted to me. I still don't know who gifted me that fucker. All I'll say is, like, thank you. I send a prayer and a big vacuum of love to whoever you were. Like, someone just gave me this gold mine, this treasure chest to a young boy who had never played any games off the PC. Gave me their PlayStation, a big box of games, and in there existed 7, 8, 9, your Dino Crisis, your Crash Bandicoots, Resident Evil games. And yeah, along that way I played 4, and it was like way more retro than the other games. So I was like, eh. Oh, my camera just died. It's definitely just overheated. I may have to try to, like, attach an ice pack. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just going to bang you some beats. I'm going to play the Daft Punk tuning again. Well, actually, I'll just play some of this. Give me 2 minutes, guys, so I can try to cool this thing down. All right. We've got a big pack of frozen strawberries. Just try to cool this thing off. Typically doesn't overheat. It's usually a pretty good setup for that. No. I don't know, man. I travelled all through Asia. I went to Thailand, Vietnam, fucking Singapore. It was like twice as hot as here. And I never had this, so... Who knows? Maybe I've overheated the camera so much that it's just on its last legs. Set up a fund for me, guys. Buy Pez a new camera. By the way, I'm going to try to riff through these next sections relatively fast to finish out the Spoony. I do want to get on Tales of Arise. I had an absolute whale of a time on that game. Yeah, this camera's hot. It's hot shit. Mans can never be hot. Bray, do you fancy a job? Standing here and holding a pack of frozen strawberries to my camera. It's alright, you don't actually have to. Huh? What's in it for me? Guys, I sat and made this woman a potato, onion, garlic, scrambled egg on top of some finely cooked brioche toast. And she's asking what's in it for her.
It was burnt.
Fuck you.
Do you want me to do it or not?
It was a little bit burnt, but have you ever tried to toast brioche toast in a fucking frying pan? You get what you fucking deserve. It's okay to do. Is anyone still in the chat? Have you all left? Well, we still got some hombres. We've got a frozen cake in the freezer. Alright, that should be enough. Right there, that's cooled it down tremendously. Okay. Oh, I stuck it in the wrong hole. Alright, hopefully that was back. Is it good? Ah, it's working. Sweet. What was we saying? I lost the plot. Oh yeah, before my camera overheat. Yes, and so I went on to 7 because 4 was like retro versus the other exciting stuff. And that's where my love kicked off. So for this guy to like go back and find the love through FF3, who was it saying? Spotinus, your entry was 14 in 2021. James, yours was 11. Damn, I'm surprised, man. I don't know why I expected you to be back down FF1. Right, you're nearly 75 and you've been there since the beginning. My picture of you is you're an old man, James. An old crusty Bugenhagen type, and you've been here since since the start. But yeah, I mean, on that alone, I can tell like David loves classic RP and JRPG elements. That calls to him.
I think FF is not for me anymore for a lot of reasons. Not because I'm not gaming anymore. Obviously, still am, right? I have a lot of games to play, and I have all the systems. I have a PS5, a PC, an Xbox, and a Switch. I have all platforms. I love gaming, love RPG specifically. When you look at modern entries for Final Fantasy, let me just straight up say it. It's not as good as it used to be, for me, at least. But everything that I'm saying today is just my opinion. Feel free to disagree. The first thing that I want to talk about is obviously the change in battle system. And I don't want to make this a turn-based RPG versus action RPG debate. That's not the goal for this video. But I do still want to talk about this change for FF, which is a huge change, okay? And I watched a video a while back. It was why FF can't be turn-based anymore. I'll link it to the description. It's a very good video. And the content creator was explaining specifically what was his point of view about turn-based specifically. And I have to agree with some of the points that this person brought up. For me, I find myself enjoying turn-based games more and more as I grow up. And some people will say, that's a boomer take. I'm 24.
Oh.
Okay, I'm 24.
He's 24 years old. So I'm actually, as you were saying that, I was wondering if the video he's referencing is me. Because I'm going to say, I think I've been guilty. I think I may have said a lot of that about world structure. I know I said about 7 Remake, why that can't be open world, like categorically. Just on the size and the scale and the length of the game. And the world format, and the number of locations, and the time frame in which we've got to get through those. And even in a trilogy, that would be cut it far too fine. This is before we even saw base, like 7 Remake is one of the first channels I ever did, videos I ever did. And I was right. Looking at the 7 Remake. Everything I laid out there was perfect. He said he linked it. Let's have a look. Because I think I've also made a why FF can't be turn-based, and I have gone back on that. It's Yoshida about the series. Oh, let's have a look. No, that's the why the series is struggling. Why FF can't be turn-based. Please don't be me.
With photo
Okay, well, that's not me. It's Repaduski. But yeah, I kind of went back and forth on this in my head. Like, can it be turn-based? Can we still have AAA projects of this size and scale, and just from a business standpoint, investment. Oh, I've lost this video now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I hate it when links do that. They take you away and then they fucking reset you. It was about there. Because yeah, it's quite obvious that if you're going to drop 100, 200 mil into a game, that you need more than just the core fans. You need to make it appeal to who are the largest demographic of gamers. It's your sub-20s, right? Or your young 20s. Your younger generation needs to be invested in it. And that's why I largely was like, yeah, turn-based can't be in the main lines. But to be honest, when you see something like Persona 5 getting the sales that it was getting, Persona 5 was the key example when you do see some of these even mid-range games with turn-based systems managing to pull off 2-3 million sales. At the end of the day, it makes a compelling point that they could do it. And then when you even think about what turn-based really is, you have so many variations. Not only do you have ATB, you also have... you can have hybrids in between, ones that switch between highly strategic, turn-based elements, but then you're able to go into action elements. And this is what I really had an image for, and 7 Remake kind of did it. Kind of. You can switch to your characters and you can configure their spells, and then you can drop into your main character and then go in and quick switch and have a real merge between action and strategy. 7 Remake kind of did it, I think, even further, so it is more on the turn-based side and less on the action side. You could even keep the sort of the party lined up strategy and have the core bulk of the gameplay be going in and using these diverse range of spells, support, defensive, debilitating spells, and a really complex nuanced configurations. Have job classes in there as well. Highly strategic elements. And your main time is spent. Imagine Persona 5, like you drop it in with your 3 strategic characters, and then each turn one character has an action point. And while they are casting the spells that you have just laid up, you go in, action, and you pull off combos. And some of those combos based on the spells that you just lined up can create really intricate and like meaningful impact or effect on what you do action-wise. I think that would be sick. No, just imagine, for example, you had like a strategic spell of just like a defense breaker. Let's say you have your mage cast defense breaker, and a defense breaker means that if when you go into action, you pull off a perfect counter, you get an X, Y, and Z bonus. Or like extra special, like counter attack. So it's like you cast that strategic spell, and then you have to, with your action skills, pull off a thing that resonates with that strategic thing that you cast. That is an undiscovered. I don't know if that's a game. Is that a game? Has anyone seen anything like that? And that could still be AAA, and that could still be something that would call to a large variety of players. And I mean, what's the combat system in Baldur's Gate, guys? What's the gameplay? I don't even fucking know. I don't really think like this action game euphoria is as warranted, as like domineering over the entire like gaming climate as a whole. And even if it is like the vast majority just want to play action games, it's like, okay, but there's so much competition in that department. So by being niche and by being nuanced, it's like you may not attract the broader, like the whole entirety, which I think is what the latest mainlines have tried to do, 15 and 16. It's like, okay, here's the large demographic. We want to try to get everyone under our tent. Or you can niche down into a very nuanced section of it and claim a larger pool of that like group of people. And I think by doing that, you can still hit like high enough sales numbers, ones to justify AAA games. But then even that, AAA doesn't have to be that AAA. Like the one thing with 16 is like it clearly did lean into visuals and graphical fidelity way more than what I first initially thought it was. And that's fair. When you first look at when we saw 16, the graphical fidelity and what we saw in that trailer was significantly less than what we ended up getting in 16. So it did lean more into the action and the visuals, where I generally do feel like it should have leaned, more into RPG elements. And Also, in terms of the combat system, I think that's one thing I found with the iconic abilities is I do wish there were more of them and they were perhaps more strategic and a bigger variety of them. I found that that kind of fell off. It's like, oh shit, this is number of icons and number of abilities that they have, and it hurts replayability. I don't really care about going to NG Plus and Final Fantasy mode. It's not hard enough for one, and for two, you don't get anything new. There's no real incentive. And that's why I repeatedly say, well, I ain't gonna say what I repeatedly say. This is David's spot.
They're not turn-based anymore. Last real turn-based game was like 10-2 or something for FF. It's been a while, and in general, I prefer turn-based games. For example,
BG3 is pure turn-based. See, that's what I was expecting. Like, you roll with dice and stuff, and obviously Diablo 4. I mean, well, that's a dungeon crawler. Do that have strategic elements to it, basically? I mean, regardless, BG3 is pure turn-based. And look at how well it's fucking doing. It's breaking records. 800,000 peaks, 600,000 still weeks after. Shattering. Both are on ATB. There we go. So there's no real argument with Final Fantasy can't be turn-based anymore. I was really convinced at one point. I was sold the narrative. I looked at the gaming climate. I never fell into the trap of Final Fantasy has to be open world because everyone fucking needs open world because everyone's just got a massive open world boner right now. I knew that would die off, but I allowed myself to get a little bit convinced that it didn't need turn-based. I don't think so. And the more and more I think, and I look at it and we see other products doing well, Final Fantasy 17 should be turn-based. Or some sort of hybrid like I was describing. But what do you guys think? Legitimately on this front. Action, do you think that Ryota Suzuki, obviously he's now full-term employed at Square Enix, that Ryota Suzuki should also just continue and we should just double down into what Ryota has started? Bring in a more DMC kind of element into Final Fantasy. I don't know if I want that, really. I don't know if I want that. But maybe I want that, because the one thing that really frustrates me is, like, say what the progress that 10.2 was making, or the ones that like 13. I actually do like sort of some of the stagger mechanics. There's a lot of flaws with these combat systems. It's like Square Enix tried something new, and you can tell like there's potential. There's a few areas that you kind of fucked up and you need to just do better. But then it feels like Square Enix just like throw it out and they just start again. And I feel like they have on the gameplay and the combat front, they have restarted again and again and again. And at this point, I'm getting to the stage of just like, maybe if you just take something and even if it's a bit rough and there's a few criticisms and just keep refining, or do we just keep mix and matching with the series? I don't know. I believe in a mix of both. The Capcom who did 7R combat system is better than Ryota Suzuki, in your opinion? I do. This is hard. I was going to say I do prefer 7 Remake's combat system, and the truth is I do, in terms of longevity, in terms of the initial I have had some of the best times with 16th combat system, and that's the thing I feel personally with action. Oh, this fucking camera! Why you do this? We made it like 2 hours in the stream before this shit started happening. Come on, mate. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a twat waffle. Yeah, honestly, I was going through 16 and there were points in that combat system where I was like, this is actually my favorite combat system. Legitimately, I was having so much fun for a good 60%, 70% of that game, especially when we had what was the beautiful combo, which was the Garuda Titan Phoenix. Very dynamic, very cool, very fun to pull off, air juggling. Then with certain other iconic forms, like stink, boring. Wow, that's such a lame ability. Shiva reinvigorated it for me. Odin, even though I'm not good at it, I suck. Found kind of fun. But yeah, there were real points of euphoria. But then that quickly dropped off, and I'm like, wow, actually the combat system, it really is what it feels like a lot of games try to be, which is just like grabbing your attention, like at the beginning, and it's getting you really invested. It feels like fucking shit for this camera to be pissing shit, but oh, it's killing me. If this happens one more time, I'm going to yeet myself out the window. I swear. It's the last time I'm doing that. Yeah, but it basically just basically that it feels kind of short-lived, and that it's it kind of feels like being sold like a big old parcel of hype. And okay, throwing myself out the window now. Goodbye, everyone. Well. Not during Spoony Peasant. Oh, you! It. I think it's this. I think it's this cable. It's like a bit temperamental. Oh, come on, you shit stain! Bree! My camera's being a shit. Oh my god! It's just. It's being a bitch. You cannot resist burping on my stream.
I burp all the time. Why should I stop just for your stream?
Yeah, that one stank.
Yeah.
VTuber pesting. It's disconnected before I even sat down! Fucking
It's really hot.
great! I don't think it's that. I think it's the shiting cable.
I think it's a cable.
Come on!
Oh no.
Would I be better becoming a VTuber?
No. VTubers are cringe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do
you
it?
don't want to upscale your
Oh,
cringe. You want to downscale the cringe.
Can you keep an eye on my screen, please? Is it on?
Not yet.
Is it on?
Not yet.
Well, it is.
Not seeing it on here.
Oh, for God's sake, Brie.
You God's sake bring me. Oh, there it is.
Fuck's sake, Brie.
It's like as if I'm doing anything. I'm literally just looking at it. Oh, Brie, fuck's sake, Brie. Fuck's sake. As if I'm fucking even doing anything. I'm just standing here.
Fucking hell, Brie.
I'm gonna kick you.
Everyone type it in the chat. For fuck's sake, Brie.
Don't listen to him. He's a butthole.
Is it on?
No.
Is it on?
No. Yes.
Right there. Fixed it. It better stay. I can't take another one. Brie about to knock him out.
Huh?
They're saying you're about to knock me out.
Probably.
So suspicious. Oh, fucking let's do a cut out. Oh, I think we're good. Oh, 30 of you still in the house. Yay! What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh yeah, basically it feels like you're being like sold. It's something way more exciting than what it really is. Or it just doesn't like live up, or it just doesn't maintain the level of excitement that you get initiated to. And this is of course what happens in a lot of gaming now. You see a trailer, and why is it when we see these really beautiful, like epic games in trailers that now we all have it as gamers, where we look at it, oh no, I'm suspicious. If the game is actually as good as that looks, then I am sold. But we've learned to be suspicious of these tactics, these techniques, these museum games that, you know, or in the trailers they've done the choreography up, and they've even done some sort of things with the speed to make the combat look like speedier and flashier and far more orchestrated than it really is. It's I know.
A huge fan of RGG Studio at Sega, from developers of Judgment, Yakuza, right? And they just switched Yakuza to Like a Dragon, and it is now a turn-based RPG series for the mainline games.
Like a Dragon.
And
Yeah. It's true that.
Yakuza being top 3 series of all time for me.
Yeah. And on that point, Yakuza Like a Dragon sales. How is it doing? 700,000 copies sold. Despite how low this number seems, the series grew from 14 total sales to 17 million after this title was released. Wow! So even though it sold 700,000, it also supplemented a nearly 2.3 million boost in other Yakuza games. Whoa! That's very juicy. And I really feel like that's what Final Fantasy also needs to do with mid-range games. That's why I think it's so baffling that Square Enix are cutting mid-range, which is the fertile ground in which we can have more nostalgic, more niche, more turn-based like combat systems. If you go and just do it on the main lines, they're like, no, they don't sell as well. It's like, that's not the fucking point. If you make juicy mid-range games, say like a 7-1 or a 10-1, or you, or if Type 0, if you'd have kept that going, the point being is that when you sell one mid-range games, it's not just what the mid-range sells, it's what it feeds onto and trickles into for the rest of the series. If World of Final Fantasy or Type 0 or Crisis Core or any of these things are what, or Strangers of Paradise, is what gets a newcomer and go, wow, I really freaking enjoyed that. I want to see what else is in this series. You can end up selling 2, 3, 4 other games in the series to that person. So the profitability and the benefit of a mid-range game is far more than what just the number of sales that it got is. And this proves it. Yakuza Like a Dragon, 700,000. Like, come on, that's good enough. Even if it's white face with development costs, like at the end of the day, the main benefit is sometimes just keeping people invested in your franchise. And I'm sure as Final Fantasy fans, let me know if you felt this, guys. It has been hard to stay like truly invested in the series when we've had long like periods of just like nothing burgers, or just full-blown blackouts for 2, 3, 4 years on an end, or a decade-long development cycle. Like, the point is, you're supposed to keep people in love with your franchise, and the harder you make that, exactly. Where's Final Fantasy Like a Dragon? Where is it?
This move for me, which is I am an RPG fan, and especially a turn-based RPG fan, this is amazing. But even when you look at Square Enix games, I find myself being more excited for a new Octopath Traveler than a Final Fantasy. And if I told myself that, let's say 6-7 years ago, hey David, in 6 years you will be looking forward more to a new IP, which is Octopath Traveler, a 2D game turn-based, you'll be looking forward to that game more than Final Fantasy 16, the 16th main installment in the FF series.
He's got a fair point. That's the thing. Final Fantasy isn't for me anymore. Like, the second I saw that title, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get triggered. But he makes good points. Like, doesn't mean I necessarily agree with them. I don't share the same POV. But the difference is, with what David is riffing, he's like, this is how I feel. This is just how I feel. And there is nothing you can do to argue with that. It really is when people are like, no, that's just objectively bad. 16 is objectively worse than XYZ. It's like, no, David does a really good job of articulating that this is his opinion. And I don't think he's alone. I think there's a lot of people who are going to be more excited for a mid-range niche game like this than a mainline. And that's crazy, but...
would have said, hey, you're crazy. but this is real at this point.
I
And
can see why.
It feels
to be
weird
honest.
for me to say this on camera. I hope you guys get where I'm come. And it's not all about turn-based because, hey, let's keep it Final Fantasy. FF7 Remake. FF7 Remake, I liked a lot. I liked it a lot. It's still not, again, it's still not what FF used to be for me, but I liked it a lot. And FF7 is not top Final Fantasy for me, far from it.
All right, David, now you've lost me, mate. FF7 isn't top Final Fantasy. Wait, what are you saying? What are you saying, bro? Get out of here. It's the best Final Fantasy that's ever made. Fact! All right, David was doing such a good job up until that point. Up until his subjective opinion conflicted heavily with mine, and now I'm pissed, and now I'm not going to respect his opinion, and I'm going to go and actually let's write some really shitty, nasty comment. David, what the actual fuck? Fucking 7, not fucking top FF. What the fuck? Yeah.
It really isn't.
Let's continue on.
I prefer a lot of other games like 6, for example. It's a way better game in my opinion. So I'm not this FF fan which is blinded by nostalgia, if that makes sense, okay? But FF7 Remake, liked it a lot. The combat system works really well, which is kind of like an hybrid between an action game and an action combat system and a turn-based combat system. I liked it a lot, and I am looking forward, and I certainly am looking forward to Part 2. Now, let's look at other FF releases, modern ones. 15. FF15 certainly is one of the pillars as to why I'm making this video today, because
I could have guessed that, David.
I waited so long for that game. If you've been
We
in
all
if
did,
you were in
dude.
the hype
We
train
all
for
did.
FF15,
Holy
it
shit.
took extremely long for us to get that game.
A decade,
so many
bro.
trailers, so many things, and for me
A
specifically,
decade.
I not say it's a bad game per se. I can still say that my expectations were not met at all. I don't like FF15 anymore. We're looking back on it, I just don't want to play it anymore. I have my copy on PS4. I look at it and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to play it.
Oh, so at the end of the day, guys, you know my position on this. I absolutely love 15 in terms of the journey and the Kingsglaive and being the events and doing this channel and the theorizing. And my love for 15 transcends far more than what 15 actually just was. So on that front, 15 is so dear to me at that point. But guys, the truth is I have never played 15 since I finished it. Since the day I finished it and I did the DLCs, I did not even jump back on it when they enabled you to quick switch with all the brothers. I can't remember what DLC that was, which is a really cool element, and I definitely need to go back on at some point to experience that. And I do want to experience it all in one chronology, because Ginge did get to do that. Ginge, my mate, he played it years later and got to do the entire circuit. And he came over and was like, damn, that was juicy. That was big. That was such a journey. So I do see a lot of people saying that as well, who've come much later, when 15 is actually a complete package and its combat is like more than when we first played it. Oh, the character swapping is jank in 15. They use the DLC stuff without balancing it. Yeah, so Gladio with the shield and Ignis with... Yeah, see, that's one thing I have heard, and why as excited I was for the quick switching in 15. Like, damn, that's going to juice it up. But I just haven't. I never replay games, period. I mean, for me, it is hard to me to... It depends what I'm going to the game for. If I'm going to it for the story, of course, once I've got the story, I don't really need to replay it to re-experience the story, unless it is an exceptionally complex story, which 15 wasn't. Their ethos was simplistically presented for first-time and Final Fantasy fans alike. And they stripped the game, and they didn't have, anywhere near as much of the deep... I wouldn't necessarily say Versus 13 because we don't fully know, but I do suspect Deep Versus 13 kind of weaves, and certainly doesn't live up to the depth and magnitude of other Final Fantasies. So I don't need to go and re-explore anything in 15. The story wasn't deep enough for me to have to go through it again in that sense. And it was the combat, so I've never played it since. So, at the end of the day, I love 15, big heart for it, but I'm with David. I'm like, nah.
Reasons. It's kind of like FF16. We'll talk about 16 more in depth in just a second, but it looks very good. other than that, it's like the characters were forgettable to me. Combat was insanely boring in 15. Like, oh my.
Yeah. Combat for 16 definitely held up to its like sparkly elements far more. For me, like 16 made it to like 70% poor. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of doing a lot of the same shit again and the same bosses. 15 made it like 30% of the way. Like after the novelty of warp striking and shit was done, and you realize the bros are actually a bunch of fucking idiots who are going to jump into your Thundergo every opportunity they can and start humping the fucking floor. It's like, 15 burned me out hard on its combat, personally. But also somebody just asked, you never did the updated Insomnia Fun Dungeon. James, yeah, you did the Royal Edition where you go and you fight the various kings of the Lucia. One of them is the Queen with the giant shuriken thing. Yeah, I did that. That was really cool, especially how you got into Arden's Tower. You know, all the summons coming and mashing their way through. I played that. It was very cool. Yeah, and that's the thing. I would actually say that 15, though, did better with some of the boss fights. I did enjoy some of the boss fights more. Yeah. Great React. Way! Hey, best make a chill stream. Also, yeah, 15 is one of those games that is weird to go back to, especially with cancelled DLC. That's the main thing for me. I know for a fact I would have replayed all of 15 if they had done A New Dawn. That was my plan when I heard about A New Dawn and we'd just done episode Arden, and I just know that if it had ended on A New Dawn, that satisfying epic ending, that it deserved all of the drop plot threads actually manifested into something that was beyond my imagining of awesomeness, I would have replayed all of 15. I would have done, because I would have wanted, but it's when you know the ending isn't like. So yeah, I know that's controversial, especially considering I love 15's ending. I don't know. It's weird. It's like Game of Thrones, dudes. I'd watch Game of Thrones again if season 8 weren't a pile of shit. I'd have watched it all again. I think that's what kind of hurts 15, because I do like its ending, but now that I know there's a cancelled DLC and that the ending for that is even better, I know it messes my head up in terms of wanting to go on story-wise. If that makes any sense. But I feel you, Great Rick. Thank you for the schmackles.
God, very, very boring. Very buggy as well at launch. Now, they fixed it nowadays. I'm fully aware of that. The story I found extremely... I disliked it a lot. The story was... They tried to make it too complex for no reason. Ending was like typical Nomura stuff. And I'm not a fan. I really am not. Again,
I don't know if I agree if it was too complex. I actually am the opposite. I think it was too simple. We're very different in that regard. If he means complex in terms of the storytelling method, I do think that kind of got quagmired, and far too much of it is relegated to the open road trip experience, and you expected the road trip to add a lot of substantive weight to the overall feeling of the story. It didn't. It added a bit, but nowhere near as much as Square Enix were expecting it to.
Not a bad game.
So we're different in
just
that
my opinion. In terms of FF16, now I'm recording this late August 2023. 16 has been out for 2 months, and even though I own a PS5, I have not purchased FF16 for a lot of reasons. Mainly, there's a lot of other games that I'd rather play. And again, this might sound like maybe you're hearing me out and you're like, hey, all right, you have other things you want to play. Let's say you were playing Zelda, for example. So that's fine. Thing is, don't forget, I'm a huge FF fan. I'm not supposed to be skipping a next mainline installment. Enough rambling, let me just get into my points. FF16 as to why I decided not to purchase it day one. And
all right, quickly before he goes into his points for 16, because he hasn't bought it, just quickly on his point with Nomura. I mean, yeah, Linda, you can't put 15 and Nomura in the same discussion. I do believe, while Nomura did work on Versus 13, some of the base concepts of like 15 and like Noctis and the world is like coming from Nomura. I think that 15 changed far. It went way down a different vision and angle than Nomura was going to have it. To the point, you may as well say it's significantly a different game. It's still Noctis, it's still the bros, but in terms of what happened in the story, it changed beyond Nomura's vision entirely. Nomura would not have made 15 the way it was. I'm not necessarily saying if that's better or worse. There's a whole Versus 13 fan base, reboot community saying it would have been like God level, the best thing that was ever made. And other people like, fuck off Nomura, like, it's better without you on it. For me, I rep Nomura. I don't like rep him like to fanboy levels, but I love Nomura. I like Nomura. Nomura just gets shit for existing, pretty much. And I knew that happened on 7 Remake when everyone said that the ending was because of Nomura. The 7 Remake ending obviously went off a cliff in terms of crazy, and it was like, fucking, Nomura's ruined 7. Nomura's ruined 7! And then the interview came out where it was Hamaguchi and Katase's idea, specifically the ending that happened, and Sephiroth coming back, and Nomura was like, whoa, guys, I think we may need to calm down. And they're like, no, full steam ahead! Sephiroth fight at the end! And Nomura was like, okay, well, fuck it, let's go then. So, yeah, Nomura is just like, it's just like a buzzword at this point. So anything that happens, Nomura.
People are not gonna.
Mostly just because I think that no one else actually knows anyone else at Square Enix's name. Just know Nomura's.
Like what I'm about to say, and I'm just being honest. It is honestly in years the first time I skipped a day one purchase for FF. Okay, to me, FF16 looks like every other first-party game. It is a cinematic experience focused on graphics, looking impressive. When you look at FF16, everything looks so great. It looks like I'm watching this movie. It looks insane in combat, in cutscenes, in dungeons, everywhere. It looks so good. It's a third-person game. It looks next, you know, I know those are not the same game, but you put that game next to God of War, next to Horizon, and you're like, yes, similar style. And those games that I mentioned, Sony first-party titles, I cannot give a fuck about them. I'm sorry, I don't care. I really don't. They're not bad games. Not for me. I don't care. And when I look at FF16, I cannot. It's my brain just looks at it and it's like, yep, it's like those other games that I don't like, right?
I don't think that's an unfair take. Looking at those and overlaying it with God of War and Horizon and other AAA first-person action games. Like when you look at 16, it's like, while I don't agree, but he's not really making the point that that 16 is like a copy and paste, or it's just like a generic just rip-off of those games. But he's more or less just talking about, that's a genre that is just highly typical of the gaming world and very, very popular, and that is exactly what 16 is. It is designed to be very, very popular. 16 I do think is unique. I think God of War is unique. But I understand, and I think a lot of people are going to misinterpret Dave, but I understand what he's saying, where it's like he loves a specific breed of games, and Final Fantasy used to be those kind of games, and it exists kind of more outside of the mainstream popularity titles. And the second you see 16, you know it's far more mainstream. 16's art style is less realistic than them. Well, I mean, that's why I do think, for me at least, I didn't have a problem with 16, because it had the high fantasy elements. That's what I liked. It didn't conform to, not that the other games really conform to realism. Because that's what a lot of people complained about when we first saw 16. It's like, this is going to be boring, realistic, medieval Europe. And then I was like, dudes, did you just not see like the giant fucking Ifrit and Phoenix like fighting and going absolute berserk? And for me, at least, that gave me the confidence that 16 was going to have a very high fantasy, sort of off the rails, in the deep end story. And it did. It very much did. And that's a breed of Final Fantasy or part of Final Fantasy that I really, really love, is just the out there concept. Even some of the ones, and it's what we didn't know 16 was going to have, which is kind of the metaphysical, kind of trippy, psychological, or going into space, or going into like subconscious metaphysical realms or interdimensional rifts. I massively got the vibe from looking at 16 that it was going to have all of that. That was the tone of it. A lot of people disagreed with me. That is what 16 ended up being. Now, do I necessarily think that those areas were used the best? No. Like if the time compression, the time compression sequence in 8, or Memoria in 9, or going into the live stream and fixing Cloud's memories in 7. Like, those are the really cool parts of Final Fantasy that I like. And 16 did do those, but they didn't do them the best, in my opinion. But they were there, and I still did enjoy them. Yeah.
Combat, obviously.
I wish we visited the moon. Yeah, mate, the moon.
I played the demo. I did. Combat was
maybe we should have actually gone to Meteor, like, for real.
boring to me. It was boring, very simplistic. I know it's just the demo, but believe me, guys, I watched a bunch of Square Enix presentations on that game, live presentation. I know stuff about that game, watched a bunch of reviews, okay? But I have not played it, except the demo. And the combat, from what I played, did not impress me, and from what I've seen in other videos, I don't think it's gonna hook me either, okay? That demo really sucked, if you ask me. Too story heavy. If you are someone who just wanted to see what that game is going to be, you don't need to be sitting for 15 to 25 minutes watching cutscenes in a freaking demo, okay?
I disagree with him there, but that's because of what I go into the game for. I loved what we saw in the demo. I loved getting huge, crazy story juice. I have no problem with my Final Fantasies being heavily story focused and feeling like you're sitting through a movie. I don't mind that at all. But I will just say on what he's defending there, because I know for a fact, and that's why he's caveating that, is I've seen enough. I've seen the live shows, I've played the demo, is that people are going to come, and I'm sure he's got some in this comment section, say, dude, you haven't played the game. You haven't played the game, so you can't make any comment about the combat system just from a demo. And the demo is just the first 2 hours of the game, and that doesn't show you anything. No, you're all just fucking wrong. I played the demo and I loved it, and what I ended up loving in the demo is what I loved throughout the rest of the game, but what I did see in the demo that were big flashing red flags to me is what ended up being big flashing red flags for the rest of the game. The easiness, the paper tissue mobs, anyone, all of those people who come out and just like shit on you because you've played a demo and you've made a personal interpretation of that's for me, that's not for me, I feel like that's not going to be, and people just come and say, no, you can't do that. You can't do that from a demo. That's the point of a fucking demo. The point of a demo is so that you can get a sense of it. And yes, while it won't be the all-encompassing takeaway of it, it's supposed to give you a pretty strong idea. That's the purpose of it. And if a demo is so disconnected, which 16's wasn't, a lot of what I saw in 16's demo and the assumptions I made about it ended up being the rest of it. If a demo is, by most of what I've seen so many people say to me and shit at me for, like so disconnected, like it's only 2 hours, you can't get a single sense of it, well then it's not a good demo. If there's such a big gap, you know, there's some gap, but it can't be that big a gap. And I'm still frustrated from people's takes from the demo and what I saw. And I can imagine David's going to be getting a lot of that as well.
Stuff. Very Game of Thrones inspired in terms of story. And honestly, that game specifically, when you compare it to other FF games, I'm sure I sound very harsh, and it hurts me to record that video today because it's a series that I like, honestly. But that game it lacks identity. It lacks identity. It feels like it wants to do what Game of Thrones is doing. It wants to do what God of War and other Sony first-party titles are doing. It wants to be this big Western flashy experience. It's so far from what FF is to me, even if it still has chocobos, even if it still has a bunch of items that are in FF and stuff. I play that game and I'm like, it's a fine experience. It's a different experience. It's not what Final Fantasy is to me. And
to me, it's fair. Whenever you say to me, you can't argue with it. But what do you guys think about that? That 16 lacks identity. You feel it, or do you not feel it? That's also what trailers are supposed to be. Exactly, Kyrix. Exactly that. When you see a trailer and you make some sort of takeaway from it, you need to go into it realizing that your takeaway doesn't mean everything, but also doesn't mean nothing, because that is the point of a trailer. Exactly. It works for a demo as well as a trailer. Very, very good point. In terms of identity, I do think 16 has a unique enough identity that I don't generally, I haven't come away with an overwhelming feeling of, oh, it was a Game of Thrones ripoff. Oh, it was a ripoff. I've seen, I told you the video about someone saying it's a God of War ripoff. The same themes, the same references, the same character arcs. No, there's nothing in there that my overall feeling is a ripoff. So it does have an identity, but at the same time, I'm very in the middle of the road with this. Can I also see, and do I feel that some parts of 16 could have been even more unique and had its like a whole different identity? Do I read, and did I kind of roll my eyes at some of the obvious Game of Thrones links? I really didn't want them to be in there and interpret that way, but it happened. And the thing for me is that when I looked back on it, I could tell that 16, Yoshi P is a very original, a creative individual. He has created something with his own identity, but I can tell that he created it out of the vacuum of I have to do a AAA game, so I have to make it appeal to a large audience. And he did that around 2018, 2019, which is when Devil May Cry was popping off, and it's when Game of Thrones Season 7 and 8 was around. So it all links up in the timeline that the dev went into this was using inspirational elements from other things that were popular at the time. And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a bad thing. I mean, well, like James saying, Game of Thrones ripoff. I love the part of the Game of Thrones where the giant bird fought the devil. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't enough like Game of Thrones, but you got to say there were some elements. But then also not necessarily as many elements as what some people make out they are. For example, me saying in my origin video that the world could have had a rallying point to rally to nations to get the other nations involved, to have Dion be at the head of his nation again. And if you haven't seen that origin video, check it out. Somebody saying to me, that's a rip-off. That's a rip-off idea. That would be a rip-off of God of War when they all assemble to go fight Asgard. No, that's not a rip-off. How is it a rip-off for nations to assemble or rally to a common cause? That's just a broad theme, a general theme. And in your mind, if you can just place it to something. So I'm saying I think that too much of that happened with Game of Thrones, where Game of Thrones is just playing what is a pretty broad theme, like either slavery or forced marriages, very medieval concepts and shit. Or dragons. Or because it's got a dragon, like Game of Thrones fucking owns dragons. It's like there's too much comparison to Game of Thrones, as if like Game of Thrones owns like dark medieval fantasy. It doesn't. But then there is some. So I am very much like right down the middle of the line. Has some unique identity, or a lot. Well, not even some, a lot. But I can see some of the copy pastoring.
I just don't feel the need to really play it anymore. The performance mode in the demo combat was pretty clunky as well. I kind of wish they focused on important stuff, like the side quest in FF16 being extremely generic and boring. Why didn't you focus on that instead of the beautiful graphics and all that cinematic stuff, which people like? Again, my opinion only. I look at FF16, it does not have a fun combat system like a Tales of game, like a Xeno game. It does not have the style of a Persona game. It does not stand out. And FF is supposed to be peak RPG. It's what it used to be for me. So, again, just my opinion. I do want to say modern FF spin-offs, they just straight up suck. They do.
No, not Jack Garland.
So good. Like,
not Jack
FF
Boy.
Tactics. Oh my god, the Dissidia games on PSP, because Dissidia NT is a modern spin-off. Sucks ass. The older Dissidia games were great. I had a ton of fun with them. I know I said Tactics, but
so I really like Strangers of Paradise than that. I ain't gonna lie, I really fucking love it. It's fucking great. I think it's really great. I think that it's also cool that he's Jack the Story Skipper and he don't give a fuck. Strangers of Paradise, I actually kind of enjoy. Yeah, Dissidia NT just doesn't hold up to the older Dissidias. Do I still think the Dissidia NT? I think for Dissidia NT, for me, it'll be perpetually had potential. I actually really liked World of Final Fantasy. Type 0, excellent. But yeah, I mean, like Tactics, he makes some points. We need to see good spin-offs and more variety of them. But anyway, David, that's all coming to an end now. Square Enix aren't going to be focused on spin-offs anymore, and it's so sad. Yeah, Strangers of Paradise was incredibly well-made combat system. So depthy, so nuanced, crazy amount. I mean, what is it, like 140 different job classes essentially. Like once you've got your main job class and then the sub ones within those, or the substances within the classes. Awesome. Loved it.
PS1 GBA versions are awesome, but also the DS remake is great, and I own most of the games in terms of the spin-offs because I like most of them. And in older FF games, both the spin-offs and the mainline, all those games, they have like memorable moments. A certain character dies in 7, you go snowboarding right after. I remember that. The protagonist of FF10, Tidus, laughing in the scene.
Tidus? Oh! Great React. Type next when? Great React. I am simping for it. I'm cheerleading for it. Why do you think in most, every video, I end up referencing type next? Yes, I'm doing this just to be mean, Pez, to you and myself. I want it so bad, man. Ah! When I showed Bree the secret ending of, or the beginning of type next, the tease for it, freaking Ace, samurai suit, bursting out in phoenix flames. She's like, yo! Whoa, what the fuck? Have I not fucking seen this? Yo, this looks dope! Come on, man. You don't need Tabata to still do it, just do it.
Famous scene, I remember that. The opera scene in FF6, I remember that. FF15? I just remember how bored I was while playing it. And I have to be honest.
Brutal.
I play FF16 because I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. I will play it at some point for sure. Once it's cheap and once I have completed the games that I'd rather play, I will check it out. I will. I kind of have a feeling that like 15, I'm probably going to be like, okay, that was a fine experience. That was all right, and move on. And I'm not going to remember much about it. There's a lot of things that I dislike about modern FF days. Again, in 15, the combat was super boring. In 16, I found the combat to be better, of course, but it's still boring. Less and less RPG elements is something that is really, really rough. And I have to be honest, even with 13, 13 was kind of boring when I played it. I played it at 13, not 13.2 and Lightning Returns, only the original. I give it another shot though on Series X with backwards compatibility because apparently it looks really, really good. But even after beating 13 and like playing 15 and now the 16 demo and now Strangers of Paradise and then the more recent FF releases like this, I'm like, was 13 really that bad? Was it?
So this is happening a lot. I'm saying with 15 wasn't so bad. Whoever was too mean to you, or 13, you're actually not that bad. Alan Day, play 13 to a Lightning Returns, bro. I'm pretty convinced I have a good take what David's tastes are. I think I understand it, not because I see a lot in the community and I hear a lot of their comments and I chat with a lot of people, so I understand a lot of people who they come to Final Fantasy for the same reason that David once did. So not only do I understand it from that perspective, I also understand it because there is also part of me that is the same. Similar, not the same, just similar. Yeah, I love 13. But yeah, with 15 and 16, specifically with 16, when he says, for example, he would like more RPG elements, this is my main takeaway. 16 is like 50-50. Action game and RPG. You can almost cut it right down the middle like that. And I personally think it needs to be more one than the other. And a lot of people have made this observation, Maximilian Dude and Asmongold, etc. They think it should be more on the rails like action game, just go in, get it done, trim an extra 10-15 hours off the game. It doesn't need to be as long as it is. I don't really give a fuck about all those side quest elements, etc. You know, flesh the combat out more, make it even depthier, even more action. For me, I'm the opposite. I would like it to be more RPG. I would have liked, yeah, less flashiness. Hell, I'd even take less graphical fidelity. I'd even have some of those like big set piece sequences broken up. If that meant the side quests there were mini games, there was a lot more to interact with in the world. Yeah, the RPG elements of it. The world building, especially with Ultima and a final dungeon, if it meant reducing the action part. So I had like a classic RPG kind of final dungeon, highly interactable, highly immersive. That's where I would have liked 16 to have gone. I don't know where you guys feel on that. Are you like, nope, the action in the RPG was perfectly balanced? Would you have liked it to have been more action, like served better, or more RPG? For me, yeah, more RPG. Side quests can go fuck themselves. Bad side quests can go fuck themselves. Useless ones, pointless ones, meaningless ones. But good ones, ones that take you down whole other freaking avenues. I mean, at the end of the day, Yuffie and Vincent, I mean, they're a freaking side quest, essentially. There's been side quests in Final Fantasy that when you've gone on them, they've been as significant, or even more in some cases, than the main line. When you get that feeling of exploring a world and the world presents you with something that is on par, even higher than the main story, and you feel the significance of, wow, by going and putting all of this time, because that's the thing, I think side questing to always some degree and exploring will always have some downtime, some lag, some opportunity for someone who's got like no attention span to get bored. Yes, that happens. But for those people who dedicate themselves and sit through it, they need to be given a payoff and a reward that makes it feel like, oh my god, I'm so glad I did that. The whole of Wutai was a side quest, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Ludicrous. And I feel like there should be more of that, but that just means being more of an RPG.
It was, because I'm looking at other games and I'm like, I'd rather play 13. People are not gonna like this video, but again, you guys, please respect my opinion. I wanted to get my thoughts out there. I hope I made sense and I explained my opinion in a decent way. Final Fantasy just, I think, isn't for me anymore. I'm still going to play the games. At least FF7 Remake is great and I'm looking forward to other parts, but when it comes to like FF17, whenever they reveal that game, I'm not gonna pop off on stream like I would for a Persona 6 or a Dragon Quest 12, because FF is not what it used to be for me, basically. Again, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. I am going to purchase FF16 at some point, and hey, if you guys like this video, if the video does well, drop a thumbs up, drop comments and let me know if you're interested. I could do a video talking about FF16 and my thoughts now that I've really played the game, because again, I just played the demo and watched a ton of content on FF16, but I have not completed the game. So let me know if you're interested in me going back to FF16 in a video form once I beat the game. So FF, it's just a little sad because it used to be the RPG series for me. Day one purchase, all time. FF gets up on screen during a live stream at the Game Awards at E3. I'm popping off. I'm extremely excited. To now, it's like a franchise that I'm like, hey, let's wait until it's $20. It hurts me to say it, but this is just my opinion. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Check out my Persona 5 Tactica
Thank you,
giveaway
David.
if you would like to win a copy of Persona 5 Tactica on the platform.
From peak love
It's for subscribers
to I'll
only.
get it when
Enter
it's in
your
the
little
bargain
info,
bin.
subscribe to the channel, and you have a chance to enter. You can follow me on X for additional.
All right. Nice one. Okay, so that's a big I don't want to say indictment on the series, because obviously it still goes strong. Is it as strong as it used to be? But basically, really well made video. I don't agree with quite a few areas. There's a lot of what Dave said there that I do agree with. Some things I outright agree with. Some things that there's a part of me that resonates with, but I just have different tastes in other areas. But by and large, the reason why I thought that was kind of important video to watch, and I think he makes an important point, is because that absolutely does, whether we like it or not, whether or not, you know, you're like I used to be, which was hardcore simp for Final Fantasy. You know, it can do no wrong. It's the best series in the world. To now where I'm at, which is this is still my favorite series. It just is. But have I seen enough like cracks and flaws in the formula, and enough struggles and tribulations and lack of direction with it that I've now managed to get off my fanboy pedestal and be like, okay, actually, you know, there's some points here, and I'm starting to feel some of it as well. So that's where I am when I look at that. and why I can definitely understand that. The thing is whether we like it or not, and I don't like seeing a title like that, and even he admits himself he doesn't like it. That's the thing. He loved the series, he wanted to love the series, and it hurts him to have to say, damn, I'm just not in that place with it anymore. I wish I was. I really understand that feeling. I have that feeling with 16. It's like, damn, yeah, I wish I did. I wish. So whether or not we like it, I think it's kind of important to look at that kind of take, because that is absolutely how a lot of other people feel. There is a big part of the core fan base that Square Enix is cutting off, they're isolating, they're not giving them the franchise, that they love, even in the triple, but certainly not in the mid-range department either. And that's an indictment on the series, because the mid-range could be making up. If the triple A's were going to be going in this Western action direction, but they were supplementing with a lot of good mid-ranges, I know for a fact, for people like David, when he's like in love with an Octopath Traveler, for example, that would be more than enough to be keeping fans like happy with the series, invested in the series. But you went and you fucking flushed all of that on Marvel and Forspoken and Babylon's Fall and all of this experimental Western watery bullshit. And that's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. You could have made so many mid-range games, 20 mid-range games. Like, let's say if they'd have made 20 mid-range games. 10 of them still holding their title as king of RPGs and JRPGs, like fresh, new, innovative ones. And I don't know, a few more in Kingdom Hearts, or a few more Nier ones, or a few more Dragon Quest ones. We had like 3 or 4 more like classic Final Fantasy ones. That would have all of these franchises and Square Enix as a whole in a much better place. And no one can tell me differently on that front. Whether you like mid-range or not, to me, that's I see the value of it. And it's because there's people like David out there who you can tell very clearly what it is that he loves. He likes things to be innovative, to have a unique identity, to have strong RPG elements, and to have strong strategic elements in the combat system. That's what I'm getting. Highly stylized. My favorite series is Persona, because it's so fucking stylish. That's the thing, when you got as much swag and drip as Persona 5, a turn-based combat system is more than suitable. When Yakuza Like a Dragon is as quirky and like zany and epic and part of an awesome series, I really think I need to play it. It works. And even if it doesn't work, again, like as a title alone, it doesn't like break the fucking sales stratosphere. What it does for the overall franchise and for the other games and keeping people in love with it. I think we have to be really honest when we look at somebody like David, when he's just giving his honest, like unshitty, not just being a petulant crybaby and just like making objective statements. He's just like, yeah, this is how it is and this is how I feel. And when you can see why that has come about, I think it says a lot about the series, and it points a lot to where Square Enix could be doing much better. I'm thirsty as hell. So anyway, I really appreciated that watch, appreciate that video. I'm going to give that a thumbs up because, yeah, I think he touched on a lot of pretty relevant points. Other than David. No, that's one man. And yeah, while I would say, yeah, go away and play a 16, you're going to be surprised. You're going to actually like fall in love with it. No, I think I've got a good sense. You are going to play 16 and it's not going to hit what it is that I can tell that you like, what you love about the series. I don't think it's going to. I love it. I rate it very highly. It's in my top 10 and it's 8.4. But I know it's not going to do it. And I just hope that at some point, whether it's mid-range, and honestly, I would actually say just do it Final Fantasy 17 at this point. When I see stuff like this and when I even feel into my own, like what I feel like we're missing in the series, or just what I would like to see again. That's the thing. I like new directions, but after a while it does get me yearning for kind of the old. I want Final Fantasy 17 to be far more classic. Let's make it classic. Let's bring back a lot of those people who have been, yeah, kind of kicked out of the series, kicked out of the fan base. Who should make 17 though? It's a good question. I would say make 17 stylistic. Make it a turn-based hybrid, but highly strategic, and make it balls to the walls on story. Balls to the walls, cram it with mini games, cram it with world exploration, and mind-blowing details that people can't believe. Wow, you can do that in the world. Holy shit, I can see that. That can happen in my playthrough. Why do you think Baldur's Gate is the success that it is? Is because everyone's playthrough, they're discovering something different. They're seeing something different. And it just lends to this, like, yeah, highly successful formula. I think that would do wonders for Final Fantasy. But there we go, guys. I'm actually going to leave that there. I was going to cover some controversy and no open-ended endings. Yes. No open-ended endings and no simplistic storytelling. And you know what, Square? Get your mythology and your lore team back on deck. Start going back through like what you used to do, how you used to build the old RPGs. You know, it wasn't just on medieval Europe. It had Asian philosophies in there, like Taoist and Buddhist concepts. You had Norse, you had Hindu, you had Greek, all kinds of influences and inspirations. And I feel like in a roundabout way, when you make or build a story upon those kind of inspirations, I feel like it kind of sings to the human storytelling, because there's a reason why these stories have always repeated and reflected, and we all know them in some way. I think it just lands to like extra richness and discovery in the stories. Or on the other flip note, just go completely unique. Like that's what was really cool about 10, yo. You took us to like Bali in Thailand, Asia, Southeast Asia vibe, and it was just so original. WoF team should do 17. You think? Would you want turn-based combat for 17 pairs? It's hard for me to, and that's what's really scary about it, is when I say it's hard for me to imagine Final Fantasy with a turn-based combat system at this point. Hello? What? That's a sentence? That's a fucking sentence. It would be hard for me to imagine what a turn-based would be now. Like I said, I've got an image in my head. I don't think my image is what Square Enix would actually do. But yes, I think I would. I think I would like them to go turn-based, or, like I said, turn-based hybrid. And that failing, like, to be honest, at least put in a secondary gameplay style. Like, even if you did action, even if in some way you had a secondary gameplay style that was turn-based or option. Now, I know they've tried to do this before. Say with Final Fantasy 15, you had the strategic mode where you could drop into the strategy. Where else did they have this? Was there something in 7? I mean, with 7, obviously you can like pause it and you can go and strategize and freeze the combat. That's really cool when you got characters like Tifa somersaulting in midair while you're doing the action stuff. Or like I said, the Type 0 had like an RTS on top of it. I really do feel like sometimes it's crazy juicy when you have more than one combat style to it. I mean, that's what's really cool about Nier Automata, right? Is you are cascading through lots of different camera perspectives, but also gameplay styles. Even if it's something as small like in Nier, when you end up going around with the little turret and you're shooting shit, and then at the end you end up shooting the credits. That's so cool. It's so fresh. 2 options. Well, that's what I'm saying. 2 options would be half-assed, like 15, and 7R. That's it. Wait mode. Yeah, I knew 7R had something. Yeah, those aren't enough. They are gimmicky. They are half-assed. When the second option of a combat system is like massively inferior and lackluster to the first one, then it might as well not fucking be in there, right? So that doesn't fill this gap that I'm talking about. Is whether it's in the story, you switch onto a different rail of gameplay, and you can do that 2 or 3 times. We've seen games that like switch it up numerous times. Or if there is a genuine like a benefit and a reason to switch into the other time. It's not just like massively shit compared to the other one. So Square Enix have been trying to do that, like, but just actually do it. Don't make it an afterthought. I think that would be a really cool way to have turn-based in there some way, whether that is the primary or the secondary. I think it could be either, provided that whatever accompanies that is also really, really cool. And that can be action, that can be RTS, that can be it could be a range of things. But anyway, guys, that has all taken me way longer than I thought. I just realised I've been 4 hours into the stream. I was going to cover the whole pronoun stuff. I might just leave that onto an earlier, or maybe the next Spoony Peasant. I've enjoyed Spoony Peasant. I like riffing like this. Thank you guys for just hanging out and chatting and riffing with me. It's been really cool. I hope you enjoyed the tinnies. I hope you enjoyed the format of it. Just more chill and laid back. Yeah, I can't get into the pronoun stuff. Especially, well, I'll give you guys the options. I either go on about pronouns or I just go on and do Tales of Arise. Personally, I just want to go and get Tales of Arise going. I'm already late. I'm late because there's a lot of power cuts. Well, thank you so much for coming. Anything for our bounce, hombres? My throat is killing me. Oh, Cyclic Gaming. No, gamer. You just showed up. Have you just finished work? It's all right, bro. If you've been, if you're interested in Tales of Arise, I'll be on that in a minute. Yeah, let's go to Tales of Arise. God, that game is brutal though. I'm kind of scared. Can I just stay here and be spoony? There's no expectation of me when I'm spooning out. Spoonage. We're on to Tales of Arise. There's wipes, and there's death, and there's this thing called skill. Alright, thank you so much, guys. Take it easy. I'll probably hop off and have some grub, and I don't know, maybe half hour, an hour before I hop on Tales of Arise. Something like that. So I'll see you over there if you are interested. Hello, guys. I'm not fucking leaving. I must. So I've killed ball sacks. The game will probably be merciful to me now. Alright. Until the next Spoonage, which probably will be on Saturday. Or maybe I'll do it a bit sooner. I don't know if I remember. Will Brie ever jump on the tail streams? I don't know, Brie, will you ever jump on those tail streams? Will you ever jump on the tail streams? You can if you like. Bree's also been saying that she still wants to do some sort of stream. So, are you still interested in that at some point? You have to decide what she wants to stream. Take it easy, guys. See you later, James. Bye. Me old cheese. Jose. Sigma Gaming. Kyrix. Giato. I don't know. It's nothing. Which will be very soon. Go!